Put you over there. There we go. Yep. Not too tired today, actually quite well. Alright, alright. Nom 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 nom. Good, 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 good. Alright, alright. That seems to be working. That is good to go for there. Rafael, hello there. Michael, how you doing? Toyo Yacht, hello there. Simrock, welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, I just kind of looked at the Twitch sponsorship opportunities. we might have a weird thing coming up again soon. They pay well. I don't mind. And we might even do that next Tuesday. I have to check up on some things before that, but more details soon. And if not because you read names you didn't even see, well, we got YouTube over there, Snapchat. Simrock, have you ever looked at Snapchat? Snapchat is becoming more and more active lately. And I'm neglecting them more and more, sadly. I'm so happy that I don't actively have to feed Snapchat, because they would have been starved all the way. I have not looked yet in the audio issues with yesterday. I'm kind of just hoping that it was a bit of a weird thing with me just not talking into my mic. It's the chat we use when Twitch chat is broken. Surprisingly, Twitch was not broken today, even though half the internet was kind of broken, because Cloudflare was kind of exploding everywhere. Watching while driving? Don't do that! Michael, there's a car on your left! There's a car on your right! Dodge! Do a barrel roll! Good, 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 good. Alright, alright. I think we'll just start. There's nothing for me to wait upon. So let's just go. And one more thing. Alright, I'm good to go. And there's so many issues with running APIs around Cloudflare. Yeah. Good evening, Twitch! And welcome back to Factorio. Way more energetic than yesterday, even though I'm still kind of tired, but it's way better than yesterday. The crippling path of exile addiction is still present. But, well, I'm at least advancing in the game. That's at least something, right? I did boot up the game beforehand a little bit, and I did get at least like a little bit stuff done. Let me also put down here these last tier 3 modules over here, because I've got them in my pocket. There we go. And apparently these are on the way. There you go. I'm not waiting for that. Oh, I think we're also missing some modules over here. There we go. Put these in there as well, please. Good. At least this way we now have all of the tier 3 modules in all of our circuit makers over there. So that is very, 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 very good. We're still waiting on 0 tier 3 prot mods. So we got tier 3 prot mods, not everywhere, but everywhere we updated it, we now have some tier 3 prot mods. Like I said, let the game run for like a little bit beforehand. We got like a tech done over here. We got weapon shooting speed 6 done. And that is basically just about it. We're currently working on artillery shell research or artillery shell range, but that will be coming in. Good. And reading a pseudo-legal document is always fun. Oof. There's nothing worse than reading legalese. Alright, we have the space elevator done, and we've already made a couple of them. We've just not set them down yesterday. I kind of wanted to do that yesterday, but we kind of just got distracted, and we were just like a little bit too tired for it. But the space elevator, where the fuck is that thing over there? We've made 10 space elevators, just casually sitting in a small box over here. If you ever wanted to know how big a space elevator is, well, you can put 10 of them in a box that's about 1 meter by 1 meter. So they're actually kind of small. But on top of that, we also have about 200 space elevator cable. We do need to make the space elevator capable because we do need to provide the space elevator with a constant supply of cable. Else the thing will fail and then everything will break apart. But that will be a thing we're going to be figuring out later. I did go a little bit to Celine over here as well, and I just ordered the bots over here. Not quite sure what happened over there just now, but apparently there was a delta split. And I just like ordered the bots over here to start building some outposts for us. So they are building that for me. There's like one Celine, not Celine, Homium, one Homium outpost over there, one more over there, and then one more over there, which are currently very, very slowly being built. It would probably be a little bit easier over here if we... Actually, you should be able to get over there, and you should be able to get over there. We just need to wait for... there they come. They'll probably be coming soon. I also kind of looked at our outposts and kind of noticed that we don't have any bot injection for most of them over here. So I added in the bot injection so that we now have more bots going around over here in this network. So that we can also resupply the bots we have lost due to random explosions that are happening every now and then. So yes. We all know the storage tech factor is on the level of Clark Tech, aka fucking magic. Oh yes. Whatever you do, don't stick anything in a glory hole in Factorio. You will never know where it goes. There could be an artillery in there. Or an entire space elevator. Be careful, man. Or it could be like an entire chest full of dingrits. There we go. There we go. Alright. 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 Pum 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 pum. Good. Good, 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 good. That should be fine over there. That should be fine over there as well. I did move storage over here. There used to be like a whole bunch of storage chests over here. We just, I just picked this up and moved it all over there. The bots did that for us. So storage is now a little bit closer to where we have the active providers over there for the active stuff that we're bringing in. We might just start going on right away with that space elevator thingy. Let's pick one up. Now, making the space elevator is a little bit tricky. Not too tricky, but you do connect this surface with the space surface. Where the fuck are these cams? There they are. You do connect like two surfaces, which means you have to be kind of careful where you place it. I think you can. This thing is also fucking huge. And there is... Yeah, there's only two train tracks in here. One for going up and one for going down. Alright, 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 alright. Where do we place you? Maybe over here, right next to the mall? Because then we can go in from over here, and we can leave from over there. You know what? That sounds like a great idea. But the only issue is that you can only go in from the left and from the right, and not from the top and from the bottom. Ha! Alright, and if you do want to have at least some space over here for the space elevator for the trains to kind of be able to get out completely. So you want to at least have like a length of train on either side for this thing to work correctly. We could build over here and then make some kind of weird fucking loop. Maybe not. We could place it all the way over there. I also don't really want to place it too far away from our space platform. And what will maybe help is just checking out where things are. So, for example, if I kind of want maybe to have the space elevator, well, it could come up somewhere over here. I would have it. So that is at 6124. 6124 on the downside over there is where the fuck is that? Is that over here? That's completely in a different spot. No. Not even remotely getting closer. Alright, getting closer. 6124. That's somewhere over here. It is... There we go, somewhere over there. So we could place it over there somewhere. Maybe placing it... Actually... What do we have over here? Nothing much. We could place it over here. It's a little bit further away from where I want it, but it could work. We can also place it just in the middle of this entire thing over here. That could work as well. If we just have another look at the space elevator, where's the thing? There it is. Oh, it barely fits in the middle over here. But we could place it in the middle of this row. Ooh, I kind of like that. That will mean that trains that leave over here will, well, if they want to enter, Actually, we could... Ooh, wait a minute. I got some good ideas coming in. Yeah, let's place it over here somewhere. Let's place it like right over here. Here's good. And I don't think the bots will do that, so let's fly over there and help ourselves. Good. Science is moving? Not really right now. We have to check up on that as well. I did check up. I think we still need to make grenades in the mall, because we're currently not making any military science at all. Which is not too bad, because we got more than enough military science still stockpiled. But I don't think we have the capabilities to make military science, because we're missing the production of grenades. Granadas. We are making the walls. There they are. We're making the ammo. There it is. Are we making grenades? I don't think we're making grenades. How does grenade show up for core fragment? Well, so be it. Yeah, we're definitely not doing any type of grenade production over here. We can just add like 2 grenade productions real quick. There we go. Hey, you. Can you start making grenades over here? And make some more grenades over there as well. Because we need grenades over here for this science over there. We're making the walls, we're making the ammo, so now it should be fine. Was it the space elevator? It sure is the space elevator. There we go. Ah, good. So, oh wait, okay, we can't rotate you anymore. I guess that's fine. And yes. I was kind of thinking of something stupid over here, but that will also not work unless we use elevated row. If elevated row could work, but we could technically make an input from the left over here and also an input from the right. But then again, trains can already turn around over here. So let's have a look at this a little bit further. We also need to provide them with some power. Not that we actively need power over here, but come on, really? I'll put you over there. Add you to the grid. There we go. But yeah, it can transport power up and down, and ooh, we can see how much power it takes to bring up like a train or a wagon or an artillery wagon and stuff like that. We spend power by sending trains up. We get power by sending trains down, which is kind of fun actually. Alright, let's put you over there and use them over there. Good. We do need a little bit of robot over there so that we can supply you with what you need. Currently it's kind of complaining about space elevator cable, which is fine. We need like 1,138 to be even able to establish the space elevator. And the opposite end is all the way over there. You know what? That's a great spot. That's a really good spot. Alright, let's bring in the cables then. Let's see. I'm stuck. Whoop! Hello there, train. How you doing, train? Oh, we're fine. We're fine. All right. I guess we need a big power pole to get you. Does you need 4 times more than the recipe state 4 in and 1 out? Wait, what? 4 in and 1 out? Well, we'll see about that soon. Okay, first of all, let's get the space elevator parts. Bum, 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 bum. Where are they? Space. There they are. They stack up to 20. So can we do 20 times 48? Just fill up this chest. And request a buffer chest. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. When you hover the elevator, oh yeah, I mean we do also need it over time. I mean we need like 1,000 to make it, and then we need also to supply it about 4 cables per minute, which is not a lot. Because the cable kind of rips and tears a little bit over time, so we need to resupply it like a little bit more. But yeah, this could work. And then we got a train connection over there. Here we go. Yeah, let's make this a little bit bigger. We might need to put a buffer in here or something like that. We can put a buffer in here if we need to. Okay, can we get a nice piece of track over there? That's a nice piece of track. There we go. You'll be over there. There you go. I'm waiting on that. Good. Good. Alright, we just need to wait on now all of the space elevator cable. How fast does it actually do that? Does it eat this cable at 4 per minute? No, it eats it a little bit faster than that. It actually eats it quite fast. So, that's going in. This thing also has a very weird box. We can walk through here, but we can't build over there. Yeah, the space elevator is a bit weird. Alright, and then this will be the output. For the output, I think we should do the same. But let's maybe try to connect over there. Output will be a little bit shorter. There we go. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. I think it comes with signals. There is a signal over here. You can barely see it. Same over there. There's a signal over there. But we do need to make sure that things over here are working correctly. Yeah, you have one of these over there. You will then be able to turn around over there. This seems a bit extra. But I think it's fine for now. We just start off with the first space elevator. We can always refine it more later on. Alright, you're being built. How much space elevator cable are we actually making over here? There it is. So how fast are we making it? Every space elevator cable over there is made in like 5 seconds. So I think we've got like 3 of these. Yeah, we've got 3 of these. So we're making about 3 cable every 5 seconds. That should be done. Is the jetpack lifting you when the train comes? Nope. That's the Factorio 2.0 jetpack. This is the Factorio 1.1 jetpack, and it will not automatically lift me when the train comes. That train will fucking murder me. So we have to be careful about that as well. Alright, and then you over there will slowly be built. Yeah, I think this is a perfect spot to start it off with. Do we have some space train cable? Not space train cable. We are making that over there. We're not making that over here. Ah, yeah, that's kind of stupid. Hey, could you make some space rail? Could you make about, say, 1,000 of them? Yeah, that never started. Well, now we're making it. Good. Alright, this is also a bit of a weird, complicated structure because we got like an internal thing we can check over there. We got like the outside over there. I think we can also put some wires on this thing. Yeah, you can put wires in the middle part over there. So there's a whole bunch of things in here that we can interact with. But at the moment, we're just gonna have to wait for it to be built. Good. Once the elevator's in, we can also use this to ride it up and down. But it's not fully constructed yet, so we have to wait for that. Which means we also no longer need the rocket to go up to the space platform, which also will mean that this rocket over there will then be replaced via a normal train that will be going up and down. Basically, similar to what we have over here, but then in train form. And I guess we're going to make a station for that, maybe over here. And then we're just going to set up a train up and down with the supplies that we need for in orbit. That will also make it so that orbit supplies will be coming in faster and a little bit more reliable. Alright. That would also then stabilize research over here, because now every time we have to wait over here for like a rocket to be filled up. And that rocket is just filling up with all kinds of things that we're waiting upon. Like, for example, at the moment we're waiting on uranium? Really? Do we have uranium available? No, the answer is no. It's kind of surprising. We got some more uranium on this side, which we're not using. Wait a minute. Yeah, put in the passive provider. Put you right over there. Put you over there. Limit you to like 1 stack. What about this uranium over here? Are we doing anything with the uranium over here? It is going to this passive provider over there. Yeah, that'll be fine. But I guess all that uranium is going into science. Oh, don't tell me that we need to escalate our covert exploration. I will absolutely escalate our covert exploration if we need to. Uranium in general? Ooh, That field is almost gone. We got more uranium available. There's some over here, which we can easily get to, but there's also still... There's like 122,000 over there. There is almost 1 million over there. If we control effort, we can probably find some more. Let's control effort real quick. Uranium. Uran. There we go. There's still 16 over there, which you kind of forgot. There's a little bit over there. There's 24 on the floor over there. Sure. There we go. 78,000 over there. No, actually. Oh yeah, we got this field. I forgot about you. Overall, the amount of uranium that is around is also not that much. We can easily claim a field or two. And we might even be able to claim like a little island out there somewhere. But if you kind of look at the map, the overall amount of uranium on the map is actually kind of low. I'm kind of surprised by that. So we might actually need to do and get ourselves a uranium-based planet. Which is either one of these. No, that's not going to be fun at all. We let Mordor over here fester for like the longest of times. Just like to see how many biters we can spawn over here. And there's like 1 million fuck ton of them. They're like everywhere. But this would be the place to be for more uranium mining. We'll have to think about that one. Then again, we got other planets also available. Burning over there does have uranium on the planet itself. But where is it over there? We're mostly using it for ourselves. Actually, if we can have a look at all of our places over here. Kion. We got the uranium field over there. We're still like 1 million in it. But that's also used for your small nuclear power plant over there. And then we got some other fields out there. 1.7 million over there. And then... Yeah, Kion is not too bad for it. But also not really good enough that we can say we want to export all of it. Uranium over here. 1 million over there. Let's have a look at you real quick. Kion uranium is... It's decent. Selene uranium. Okay, Selene would be a little bit better for that. Vorlon. Found it. That iridium planet we kind of earmarked over here. This one is apparently very good for uranium. Some planets in the middle, there's a pyramid. What do you was inside? I have not been inside yet. I've been inside in the previous playthrough. I kind of know what's in there, but we have not been inside yet. But apparently over here we only have like one. Okay, no, we got 2 uranium fields. Oh, over there's another one. But that's still not that much. It's only 7 million over there. All right. Rose over there will have a little bit on it. You're kind of terrible. What about Calidus? Calidus is the place to be for uranium. All right. We got some uranium spotted over there. We sure do. 5 million over there. Boom. 2.5 million over there with some beryllium as well. And then that's all we spotted over there. All right. Yeah, if we go inside those little pyramids, we do need some very good defenses because those places are kind of horrid. Put some concrete down over the elevator? Sure. I was actually kind of thinking of putting more concrete down over here. We just didn't do that yet. But yeah, this thing over here. I'll get some concrete. There you go. Connect it up, please. The bots will take care of it. If we still have concrete. Wait a minute. Do we still have concrete? Because we also kind of turned off these guys over here at some point in time. Nah, we still got concrete. We got tons of it. So, is it just out of range? No. Did all my bots die? Okay, they're going now. It took them, I think, a minute or two. There they go. Where are they even? Those were white bots. We need yellow bots. Huh? Am I going insane over here? The construction bots are not even remotely moving. Is maybe... Oh, wait. Is this place maybe... Ah, it's segregated. There we go. Somehow at some point in time, by just deleting stuff, we kind of just broke it. Hey, bring your roboport over there. That'll do it. Alright. Kind of surprised that we didn't even manage to build these elevators, because they need refined concrete. Apparently we had some. You're going insane in a place that you're not already there? I was already there and back again. It's my second tour for going insane. Good. Alright. Did the rocket crash? No. What is all this then? Oh, a rocket probably arrived. There we go. Yes. A rocket was scrap and stuff like that. That's been taken care of. Speaking of, how's it looking in space with our little project over there of turning all of these cards into data cards again? Okay, we still got like 11,000 junk data, but we're slowly turning them into data again. Which means that research technically should be fine, but at the moment research is not really going that fast at all. What are we missing then? We got the purple signs, we got the blue signs. We're missing production signs packs. Alright, what's your problem? You're missing plasma, you're missing rock? No, you're missing chemical gel. And chemical gel is missing, there we go. You're missing petroleum gas, so it's a petroleum gas issue. So we were on the Hobbits holiday? Absolutely. I mean, never underestimate those Hobbits. They're everywhere. Like you can't even build like a power plant anywhere or a nuclear power plant with any kind of Hobbits just showing up at random. Because they're just going to be on vacation. Alright. Let's wait down for that thing to come in. Good. Then, Celine. That's coming in very slowly. We do still need to do something over here real quick. We need to call these things a depot. There we go. And then these things over there will also be a depot. Are these big enough? Well, we can't really see the full length of them, but that should be fine. Let's make you... I'm kind of already put in like a plan over there, but we can't just... Well, if we put in the depot, then we do need to put in the logic as well. Did we do that for Keon then? Oh, we sure did. Alright, I'll copy paste it over, and we're going to do the same thing over here for Celine. Let's see. That needs to be over here somewhere. Doesn't really matter where it is, as long as it's like around. Let's put you over there then. And maybe pick you up real quick. We could place it over here. And then do something like that. And then use the green wire like this. That. Wire them all together. We do have a bit of a gradient over there. Oh, I guess because... Oh, yes. I didn't dare to put it underneath the train tracks over there. But this should be big enough. Right? How long are you? That's the length of the train. We park it over there. It's exactly big enough. Good. Alright, you over there, we're gonna do the same over there, but maybe just a few. There we go. You already got power from one here, from somewhere, so how about we just place you, say, over there, that'll be fine. Get us a green wire out, there we go. You go, maybe a little bit over then. You go over there, and... Alright, these are somehow further apart, but that's fine as well. Good, but then we can switch up the schedule over here, because the schedule will then be go to depot. By the way, apparently we have Colonel Wilson on the map over here. And I guess it's one of these two. Yep, there he is. Sorry, Colonel Will, but we have to rename you. You over there, you are gonna be a crude oil requester. Here we go. Crude. Where is my crude? Here it is. Good. We don't really have a crude oil provider yet, so these trains over there will be kind of silent. But we're just going to make you part of the generic group. There we go. And that's all we need. And then once this part is in over there, we can then start sending out trains over there for signals. The only thing we're kind of missing over here is... Oh, we don't even have buffers in these trains. What the hell? Okay. There's also blue belt missing apparently. There's everything missing over there. Let me guess, it's all on the train, on the rocket over there. The one that's going to, like, Celine. Not you. It's this one, right? Celine, yes. Hey, you got some important parts. Could you send us over there? There's not a lot of belt in there. Are we not making belts? Apparently we got the fastest belt to storage. Alright, fair enough. You're going to Celine? Send it. Alright, how much more for you? Almost halfway there. Alright, give it some more time then. Good. But yeah. I mean, we could just always set these to a limit of 1. Just hard set them to a limit of 1. And we always want to have a train over here. Yeah, that'll be fine. I think that will be good. And we can do the same for the oil trains over there as well. We set these to a limit of 1 as well. Because we did something similar here. We do have like a little bit... Actually, did we ever hook this one up? We sure did. We do have like a little bit of a buffer over there, but the train over there is going to be the buffer itself. But yeah, I did kind of do a little change over here. I kind of wanted to get rid of this entire thing over there. There you go. So that we no longer have like this weird injection over here, so that we can get away without having like an extra split over here for this balance over there. Because now it will be used up equally again, but if we had like this connection over here, we would not be using it up equally or process it at the same speed over here on this lane over there. So yes. Sirik, hello there. Not quite sure where these bots are. I want to build this over there, but they'll be coming. It should be fine. But apparently we're still missing materials for construction over there. Well, let those bots over there roam for a bit. As long as we're still processing the stuff that's coming from the mine over there, we'll be fine. Good. You still take some time. Alright. So we're just going to let you sit for a bit. In space. Space rail. Okay, we got 800 space rail now, so we can start working with it as well. That'll be fine as well. I'm not quite sure what this is doing there, but that can go away now. Good. We could already start sketching out a little bit of the space rail. Trains will be going out over here, and they will be going in over there. Space train? Oh yes, space train. And we do know that we want to have at least a couple stations over here for the liquids. We definitely want to start bringing in the liquids in via a train, because that's going to be easier. But we also need a little bit more platform over here, and these are just like floating out there over there in space. So let's maybe extend the platform over there. Give these bots something to do over there. Now we could of course also just build it like hovering in space like that, but yes. And just train stations in space on the planets that can be linked to one logistic network. That's not exactly gonna work like that. We will probably need something like a relay station or something like that. I think this thing over here adds a station to us in the network. Let's look at the train real quick. That's on the train. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna pick another train then. You! Add a station. Do we get... Yeah, we get the Novice Up station over here. And we will get, on the opposite end, the Novice Down station over there. This is a station we can use to navigate into the space elevator. To go up or to go down. So that's a thing we can use. But we will need... I mean, we can't really use this fully generic system over here anymore. For going up and for going over here everywhere. So we have to have a bit of a think about how we could improve that. Mostly in terms of not making it a confusing fucking mess. But we're gonna start like one step at a time. First of all, first step is gonna be building this thing over there. Relay trains? No, I don't really want to do that. We can send signals from space back to the office. And we can use those to come up with some kind of signal. We can do the same thing again over here, as we already did with the other interrupt over there. We can encode the signal like a little bit. And maybe for things that go into space, we just use a value of 1,000,000 or something like that. That's a thing we could do. Or maybe we just add in... we do have to add it into the signal itself. There's a couple of things we need to figure out, definitely. But one step at a time. Good. Alright, Celine. Are you at least getting your stuff in now? No, you're still complaining about everything. Alright. How much blue belt do we have in here? None. Did we not send a rocket with blue belt? Or did I send like another rocket? Did I send the wrong rocket? No, I did not. Did you already spend all that belt? Apparently you did. And probably on these outposts and stuff like that. As you're still missing like a fast belt over there. Alright, so right. How much belt are we ordering in then? That's the Celine rocket. Yeah, Celine over there. We are ordering in like 5 stacks of blue belt, which is correct because we had like 500 in there. But there is no more blue belt in here. Celine storage. But Celine storage has no blue belt. Unless I'm going completely fucking insane. Ah. It's all stuck in there. And the boss can't pick it up from over there. That's the issue. Alright. So what do we have over here in terms of active providers? We got some basic chests for active providers. Alright. Yeah, that makes more sense. Like, you're just looking at the entire time, you're just going to be like, why the fuck is this not working? And of course, we built these rather close together. So... yeah, give these bots something to do. Oh, did we get stuck? Oh, did I fuck it? No! Did we occupy all the bots? Oh shit. We might... okay, we have to go there ourselves. My bad. I kind of fucked it. Alright, where's the rocket? Take some belt with us? Yeah, we got all the belt with us. Where's the Celine rocket? Let's put these over there. Is it you? No, Hexen, Celine. Alright, you're also bringing over everything. Yeah, just fly over there. Could you cancel it? Maybe. We're just gonna fly over there. Here we go. Good. Alright. Do the zigzag, please. There's just stuff flying everywhere. Look at it go. It's actually kind of fascinating to look at. Up to the point where the bots need to recharge and then they go everywhere. Like that. Good. Do we not have any active providers on us? No, we do. Yeah, put these over there. Put those over there. Good. And then trash unrequested. There we go. Alright. Yeah, that'll fix it. Good. And that will then also mean that we can start building the rest of this, because that's what everybody is waiting on. Alright. Yeah, missing the materials of construction. That should be going down faster and faster and faster. Here, have all my blue belt, please. Oh, you're bringing it back to me, right? Yes, you are. Have all my blue belt again, please. And then just bring it somewhere. Apparently we still need more storage. I guess we do. Alright, they should now be very good for everything. Yeah, now they're only missing construction bots, but those construction bots will be coming in sooner or later. We can get at least some of our belt back. Okay, they only needed like another 120. Good. Oh, actually, they're missing stuff again. Alright, you know what? Have my shit yet again. You know what? Have it all. Have it all. We're going back home. I'm just gonna get some fresh stuff from over here. Novice trash pad. Off we go. You're working into our AMD-based PC. I'm working on AMD-based. Off we go. Now, I used to always be going for Intel, but Intel's quality has degraded quite a bit over like the last couple of years. And AMD just got better and better and better. So I switched over to AMD. I'm not really usually that pragmatic about or how to put it. I'm not really that much of a fanboy that I only always go Intel or only go like AMD or something like that. I usually go for whatever is best at that moment in time when I want to buy a part. And the AMD Ryzen, what is it again? What we have over here? The 7800 X3. I dumped my oxygen. Well, it'll be fine. We'll make new oxygen. Where's my terminal? There we go. What do you have in there? That's you. The AMD Ryzen 7 9800 X3D is pretty good. I'm very happy with it. I got no complaints whatsoever about it. Alright, yeah, see, we're getting new oxygen over here. It's already bots the camera quality degraded. Yeah, I mean, that's the rendering. If there's like too many parts flying around, the entire rendering algorithm just will crash and burn. So, yeah, let's maybe just stay away from that over there. Good. Alright. So that is good to go as well. How's the blue circuit production rate going? It's still moving. We're still making blue circuits. With the good recipe. We will most likely still need to make even more holmium. At the moment, all of these over here seem to be working mostly fine. You're kind of broken. Oh, are you still broken? No, you broke somehow. Same for you. You also kind of broke. Is this maybe just still a remnant? Because everybody else over here is mostly working. Or is there a chance that these can actually break down? You're waiting on resources. That's fair. Let's have a look at those real quick. Might have been that we either A, didn't clean it up correctly when we were fixing it, or B, it actually got broke over time. You're working again. You're working again. Nah, these are all working. It was only those two over there that were kind of broken. Maybe something flirted up. If it was an actual bug, we should see more of these over here break down over time. But they all look good. All the belts are mostly empty, so that's all fine. The only one that might have an issue is maybe you, but you're waiting on more product. Alright, product. Yeah, product is coming in via a rocket, but you are kind of empty. And we're getting our holmium at the moment from Burdick. There we go. And You're also kind of empty. What about these over there? They are also all kind of tired. Ah. Yeah, that's gone. Okay. That's basically gone. Okay. Okay, you're still making like a little bit. That's good. That one is still running. What the fuck, man? Did we get proper port coverage over there? No. Ah! We'll fix it at some point in time. Bum bum bum. One more? Really? Yeah, one more. There you go. And you're kind of empty. Okay, they're all kind of empty. So maybe we do need to put in some more work over here in Saline then. And make sure that everything over here is working as intended. Which now it is. And these mining stations, these mining outposts over there are also about to be done. I think we can just activate these trains now. These are also good to go. So how about you go to the depot? And you go to the depot. Good. We have the radar systems for the providers. We don't have the radar systems for the requesters. But there's a thing we can do over here. We can just hotwire the signal. Yeah. Just put in like a red wire over there. And always request 4 holmium trains. Good. All of these fit in there? They sure do. They got a little bit angry on Space Age. I found out that if I recycle a landfill in the recycler, it will give me another landfill and not the stone. Yeah, there are a couple of things like that. You can also not recycle steel. If you recycle steel, you get steel back, I think, if I remember correctly. You don't get your iron plate back. Same is true for the fruits. You cannot recycle into whatever the fuck, into seeds or something like that. So fruits will only upgrade. Biter eggs, the same thing. They can only be recycled into more biter eggs. Same also for spoilage. Spoilage will recycle into more spoilage, or less spoilage in this case. There are a couple like that, and it's maybe not quite obviously right from the get-go, but I never really had much of an issue with that. Also, who recycles landfill? Legendary biter eggs? Oh, for that best omelette ever. Nom 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 nom. Alright, you are about to be ready. Okay, we're still missing some belt in the important part, but this thing is operational now. What about you? Also getting there. Excellent. And you are fully operational. Which does kind of mean that we will probably need even more holmium mines. If we can. There's one more holmium thing we can do over there. And then we do need to wait for all of this over here to be built all the way to the end. So there's also a bigger holmium field all the way over there. Let's maybe start off with you. I did kind of say that we're gonna... oh, we're still outposting. We are like non-stop outposting in this game. Let's see. Let's maybe make it over here somewhere. Yeah, let's make you, say... Put you over there. You're gonna be doing Hold Me More. We are gonna make a bridge over there. There you go. Do this. Do that. And then we go across to this side over there. It'll be fine. How do we get... Never mind. Let's see. I guess we can... Actually, we can probably place it over there. That'll be fine. Well, we can even place one closer if we would want to. But here will be good. Alright, that will be the output. Yes. And then the input. I'm kind of thinking about just going around the field over here. There we go. But not like that. Place it over there somewhere. Is the station correction correct? Well, it is now. put you over there. Yeah, because... Oh, actually... No, it's not. I thought that the other way around. 1 moment, please. We can fix that. So that's the input. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, maybe... I like this one. Do this one. Good. So that will be the input. And this over here will be the output. Alright, maybe pull you back a little bit more. There we go. Put you over there. Good. Sorry about that. Both are facing up. That'll be fine. There's only one way we need to go over there. Here, trains will be coming in from over there, going this way. Park it over there, in that station over there. And then they will leave this way. And go back up over there. A train will never have to go... A train from over here will never, ever, ever go further south. Never, ever. They will only go further up north. Yeah, the outer planet does try. If you want to make a silly loop, it will make you a silly loop. Absolutely. So that will be in, that will be out. We can do this, we can do that, and we can do this. Nah, we're south. We're not north. Alright, do we still have... Oh yes, there it is. There is one issue with this one, and you might already spot it. Alright, maybe move you up a little bit further. And put you over there. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, for some reason these are rotated. I fixed it where I got it from, so we don't need to worry about it anymore. Good. Turn on the blue belt. There we go. And then we can just copy paste over the balancer we made for that as well. We made it once. There it is. Good. And then we just do this. We do that. There we go. And there we go. Good. Good, 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 good. Alright, and then just get the robots over there. And let the bots build the rest. Alright, you get one over there. You get one over there. You get one over there. Over there. There should be one over there. Yep. And then I guess one over there will be fine. One over there. One some over there. And one some over there. Good. That should be all that we need. There's one signal over here. And one signal over there. We don't need more signals in the middle because there will only be like one train on that piece of track at any given point in time. So it should be fine. Alright. That's one more homium. Yeah, we also want to do probably some more homium over there. And before we do anything else, let's copy paste over like a clean one over there with blue belt. Alright, alright, alright. I guess this one over there, we're going to build like this. There we go, you over there. You over there. You over there. There we go, that should do it. Oh, the return rail. Yes, that is most likely not in range. You are very correct about that. Yeah, let's align you with you. Actually, let's just take this entire thing. There you go. Did I nudge it? No, it's correct. Good. And then we just need like a little bit more of that. There you go. That should cover everything. Just let the bots build it. It'll be fine. Then we don't need to worry about too much. Alright, more homium. All of the homium, please. Provider. There we go. Wait, I missed that. Pum, 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 pum. Let's see. The train track will most likely be easier to come in from over there. So this might be a little bit further away than we want to. Unless we can build it over here. Alright, alright, alright. Good, 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 good. You already got the blue belt. The blue belt is going the wrong way. Damn it. We need to go this way. Yeah, there will be a little bit of land filling over there. Not a lot, just a little bit. Oh, that's a little bit too much. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, nah, that needs... I don't like this, sorry. Go away, that's just too far away. We're just gonna have to wiggle the belt over there. That's the wrong requester type. We need this provider type. There we go. Good. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll just wiggle it. Put you over there. Good. And then we should still have this thing in there somewhere. Also on Kion, a rocket has failed. Can the bots reach it? They sure can. Alright, it'll be fine. Good, back to you. Only thing we need to do over there is to connect the belts. If you kind of think about it, this is kind of stupid. Here. You go the other way. Even though we just flipped you, we're going to flip you again, because then we can do this. As for these two, you're going over there. I missed. And you're over there. Good, 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 good. Then... Yeah, we don't want to build over that, but we're going to build over the corner over there. And then we're over there somewhere. I think we can go one further and then around the corner. Yes, we can. Good, that's input, right? Yeah, that's input. And then all the way around. There's nothing important being eaten. Oh, well, don't do that, please. And then we go all the way over there. Good. Just make outposts faster. Well, we can plan them fast. It will still take the bots quite some time to build this entire thing for us. But we can just queue up the jobs, let the bots do their thing. And at some point in time, we're going to take a look at this place over there and going to be like, oh, there's a fully built outpost over there. But we can probably trim this. That's definitely not required. We can probably also trim that. That's not required. There we go. So much better. Alright, more homium. At least we don't need any kind of liquids for mining homium. So that's kind of good. What the hell happened over there? Well, so be it. It's going to be like that. Ah, come on. There you go. Put you over there, and put you over there, and then the power poles will be going to the middle over there. Maybe not over there like that. Maybe do this and do that, and then connect over there. Good. Oh, these are kind of off by one. Wait a minute. You over there. You over there. Now they're straight, right? Right? Yes, they are. Good. And then 1, 2, 3. Almost 4, 5, 6. And that will be the connection going up. Good. Alright, one more outpost. Are we already getting some trains over here? 3 trains have left. So, 3 trains are out there somewhere being filled up. Oh, actually, wait a minute. They're all over here. Oh, we have no signals for this area, right? No, we don't. We never set up the signals over here. Oops. There we go. This is all one big junction over there. Same thing for you over there. There we go. Put in some of these signals over there. We at least got some signals over here, but same thing for this thing over there. There's like nothing over there. So that'll be fine. Way back will be fine. And then we should probably at least put down some signals over here. Same thing over there. You'll get some terminal signals like this. Is that correct? That is correct. There we go. Here comes the train. Hello there, Mr. Train. How are you doing, Mr. Train? You can go over there. How about we make a block over there as well? And then that's a block, that's a block. Kind of dislike where this is. Also, they will never build it over there because there is no coverage whatsoever over there. It'll be fine. Alright, but at least now we can see the unloading over here happening. I just kind of realized what we're doing over here. And where we might have a problem. And we will not have a problem if all trains over here start unloading. So now the belt will be full. But we do need all trains over here to be active. To like actually fill up this entire belt over there. Also. Here we go. Good. Yeah, that's looking fine. That is looking fine. Yeah, we kind of went for a sideload solution over here. Mostly because I just kind of want to use the trains over here as a big buffer. And not necessarily just buffer items over here. Because we will probably just be juggling trains a little bit more than we want to. But I think this is fine. At least all of these are now working. This is the important part. And we probably want to give them like some better speed and some better prod modules. Even though these belts are already pretty full. But let's do that as well. That is going to be this guy over here, right? Celine, yes. Hey, Celine. Oh, we're already ordering the Mark II, so they should have the Mark IIs available as well. Let's maybe make the Mark IIIs available for all the outposts as well. Because currently we're not doing anything in terms of the Mark IIIs. So start ordering the Mark III modules for all of the outposts. Here we go. There's one in there. I guess they already got picked up and are now being deployed over there in all of these chests. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Good. How about the space elevator? Are you done yet? Nah, you're still missing parts. What the hell? Are we still making parts? Ah. Yeah, if you're not making the parts... Oh, we're not getting any coal in. Excuse me? Really? Okay. There's a solution for that. Well, not like that though. Solution number 1. Export some coal over there. Solution number 2. We are importing coal over here like this. But we could also just import coal into the mall by just setting this signal over there. Hey, we also want to get some coal in here. Allow coal to be coming in as well. So there should now be... There's no train coming out yet. Are all the trains busy? Apparently all the trains are busy. You're doing iron ore. Sure. Alright. Maybe at some point in time there will be a train coming in with some coal. But for now we can grab some coal over here from the... Motherfucker. I would love to have some uncommon power poles, please. Every time. Good. Alright. We had coal trains going to the mall by mistake. That's true. We had the coal train going by the mall by mistake, but that was actually a good mistake because we do need that to come in to make the space elevator cable. But now that we are requesting coal over here, there we go. Yeah, he's going for the coal provider and he's going to bring it over to the mall. So now we're actually getting some coal in. Good, good, good. That'll be fine. What about this rocket? Are you ready to go again? You're basically only filling up on parts. What are you still waiting on? You're mostly waiting on rocket parts, which are coming in slowly. That will not be enough to shoot you back. But I think that's fine for now. How much more is in this one over here? Okay, this rocket is almost ready to go. Once this rocket leaves, we will probably need to be ordering in even more parts. And these trains over there are doing their best to unload. I was kind of surprised to see that this spot over here was so empty, but this is more or less the feeding lane from all the way over there. It fills up all the way over here. As long as these belts are full and moving at a good speed, we're fine. And then the only thing we can do over here, once it's ready, is upgrade all of these into more advanced modules. Of which we think we have a couple. Yeah, because we kind of dumped our inventory over here. So there are at least a couple of these coming in. There we go. Productivity bonus of 32%. Nice. Compare that to over there. You make now... Okay, you're kind of slower now as well, because the more advanced prod mods do make the machine slower, so we do need the more advanced speed mods as well. But they should be coming in any second now. You should be able to leave. You're not leaving, because we are good for homium over here. We are still good for homium over here. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, let's check these machines. Most of these are working. All of these are working. It's kind of hard. We can see all the insert arms moving. They're not really working. They do sometimes have like a little moment of stupidness like this over there. And that only happens over here when we kind of run out of the internal buffer over here. So every now and then these over here sleep a bit. We could optimize that. But as long as it's working right now, I think it's fine. And as long as these over here are kind of happy, and as long as this build over here is getting as full as it can be right now, I think we're good to go. Good, 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 good. And homium ingot-wise, like in these storages, we got 48,000 in storage. But of course, this one over there is the more interesting one, because the homium ingots we are going to have to bring over here to the blue circuit machine. Which still has more than enough ingots to make all of the... We're backed up on blue circuits. Wow. We got 100,000 blue circuits sitting over there. And you need grenades for... coal for the grenades. That is also very true. That is also very true. Pum 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 pum. Are you done? Yes, you are. Perfect. This entire thing... Fuck it. Well, let's maybe not do this delete. Let's use this delete. Oh, it also does cliffs? Fuck those cliffs as well. And then over here, we're just gonna do that. This, that. Now we definitely no longer need this connection. Okay, this connection is already deactivated, so we can get rid of this. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. We made the whole thing over here for copper ingots, and we're not even using it anymore, so that can also go away, all of it. And that will probably also tell us that we need to have something in here that will reintroduce these copper ingots into our own system, because the bots will now be picking up all of that, and it will all be going to storage over there. We might need to do some reintroduction over there. We got like one more belt available over here. Yeah. Input priority from the left. We will not need like the thickest of belts. Like a little bit of a belt over here will be enough. Pum 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 pum. You over there, and then do this and do that. You over there. Why there and not before production? I mean, this is technically before production. Production is over here. This is where they're being made. They come in over here. We will use the ones from storage first, which will then also be prioritized of the ones that come from space, and then they go back into circulation. There we go. And then put you over there. And we should probably do the same thing over here for iron as well. So you over there, you're gonna be iron ingots times 48. Because at some point in time, we're most likely gonna be picking up this thing over here for iron as well. Good. For steel, well, if we need it for steel as well, we'll see. Then again, okay, we also have them available over here. Wait a minute. Ah, because we send them up into space, of course. Oh, that might be troublesome. This will create an open loop. Do we still need this? I don't think we need this anymore. Here we go. And there we go. Alright, then we'll send all these ingots flying around pretty much absolutely everywhere. Steel recycling through then? Well, steel we're going to keep it like this for now because we have not set it up yet. But the only reason we have put them over there, like on these pallets over there, is because... how to put it? Because we set them up into space. And since we're still thinking about space, I think it's about time that we start thinking about how we can do the space wall better as well. Because we're now going to be bringing up supply over here via our rocket, so we're probably going to make like a whole new space wall right over there. Let's start thinking about you then. So you're still being built. The output for the train tracks is over there. There's a bit of space gravel apparently over there. Nice. Let's put you in there. There we go. Alright. That will be the start. That will be the end. Trains will be coming out from over here. What do we do with them? I mean, we could just... let's go around the corner, maybe? We're in space, so... Well, we could go both ways. Did they update the space track? I don't recollect it looking like this. And the only reason why this looks a little bit off is because these prongs are not equal length. There we go. So we could now go both ways. We need to check this a little bit. Do we want to make an elaborate space train system? I guess the answer for that is automatically yes. Because why not? So let's have another think about this. We can also use elevated space track. We have not really set up a production for that yet, but we do have space rail supports over here as well, which we could make, as well as space rail ramps. So yeah, let's make at most 20 space rail ramps because we really do not need more of those. You order in what you need for that. Oh, you need no more rail ramps for that? Okay. Fair. Kind of was not really expecting that, to be perfectly honest. I kind of was expecting something else. Let's see. Yeah, let's move you. I kind of dislike that this looks like this now. But I guess we place you over there. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, we should have power over there as well. Apparently you have power. Oh, is there a pylon around here somewhere? There's probably a pylon over here that's giving you power. Yeah, right over there. No, it's not the pylon either. Where the fuck do you get your power from? It's not you. Ah, it's you. Okay, never mind. Alright, and then you're gonna make this, and for that you're gonna need rail supports. Alright, alright. In, out, that's out of power range, so let's put them over there. You order in this. Good, we're gonna hook you up to the network as well. Bonus highlighted? Yeah, but I was not looking at that. Yeah, make up to like 40 of these. 40 should be fine. Alright, but that does mean that we need to bring that stuff into space as well. So, you there. Can you bring us like a stack of these? And a stack of these? So that we can start planning our space train network a little bit better. Because we're kind of thinking about this now. Now, we need to offload these trains from somewhere. And then we need to go somewhere with them. We could just make... I don't really want to build like up-down over here. I kind of want to build left-right. Left-right feels much more fun than building up-down. So, if we think about that... Alright. Now that we have made that clear... This becomes automatically easier. Because then... The main track will be down here over here somewhere. Here we go. Which means the main track will be somewhere going across over here from the left to the right. And we're just probably going to make like a space ruin base or something like that. That'll be fine. Just make a loop with a couple of unloading stations. I kind of want to already get like into what we want. We can do both. I mean, we can already start at least something like a main setup or like a main line somewhere. And then work from that. We don't need to make it too big. But we can do that. We also don't really need to make these corners over here like this. Sorry, we're like removing the things we just made every time. Main line. This way. That way. Let's just agree upon that. That's what things will be. Alright. And we're gonna make this with substations in mind. Where did you crash? Oh, that's the Vulcanite. Alright. At least the cap... No, that's not the Vulcanite, it's Iridium. You popped Iridium everywhere. Alright, let's get this going as well. Let's make something that looks somewhat nice and correct. Space track technically does not need to be on scaffolding. But I kind of want it to be on scaffolding. It feels more correct in my opinion. But that's just my own opinion. Yeah, something like this could work. Alright. And then one over there, every two. Don't forget about the lamps. Space lamps are going to be very important. And your opinion isn't that cool. What? I'm also kind of thinking putting left-hand drive into place over here. The only reason being that the signals will be on the inside. No, we're not doing that. Alright, how about we place a signal over there? And then the signal over there, and the signal over there, and the signal over there. Good. Alright, and now we can do something like this. Snap to grid. Yeah, and let's call this space straight. Do that relative as well. There we go. Add the task to that as well. Good. Alright, that'll be fine. Start working on that. And now we can also get this over here hooked up a little more. Now we might need a bit of a, not really a buffer, but we might need something like a stacker over here. So we could go diagonal. Nope, not like that. That's a bit too much. And then we're still probably going to go for the 141 trains. I think that will be fine. I don't think we need anything bigger right now. Yeah, let's go all the way over here to this one over there. And then we go in. Then we have the Space Force stacker, and the same thing when we're going out. At least then we're stacker prepared. Maybe all the way over there, and then we go in. At the same time, at the end of this thing over here. Does this work? Ooh. No. What's the minimum size we need for a turnpike or a turnaround? That would be something like this, right? There we go. Well, something like this. There we go. I like that. Good. So the trains that leave over here can turn around over there. Alright, alright. They're building this super duper fast. We're kind of missing signals in space, so let's add those as well. There we go, there we go. Let's move these train track stuff around a little bit. Wait a minute. All these barrels, well, the barrels will be moved out sooner or later. But make sure that we always have, like, here, 2 stacks of this. 2 stacks of that. We're most likely going to be removing a lot of this information soon. I do like that you can move these around like this now. This is so nice. And you have a stack of train stations in there. That should all be fine, right? Alright, which rocket is... well, not quite sure which one this was built over there, but it'll be fine. Speaking of, how's it doing on Celine? Alright, that's being built. It's still going to take some time. That's also being built. We're probably waiting over here on fish. Wait a minute, we got the fish destroyer for that. Was it this one over there? No. Yeah, you over there. There's some fish in the way. Get rid of them. Is this Factorio 1.0 with SpaceX? No, this is 2.0 with SpaceX. Not Factorio, SpaceX 0.7 made it so that it's now fully compatible with 2.0. So we got all the nice features of Factorio 2.0. For example, things like... Yeah, let's go over here real quick. Things like the new train schedule system, like the interrupt system and stuff like that. That's all in there. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the station picker's now in here as well. Because now we got the space... Oh, that means the space elevator's done. There it is. Alright, alright. We can now go up and down the space elevator. There's that thing. And then we can also do one thing in space real quick. Wait a minute. If we're already going up and down. Thruster Suit Mark II. The only thing we need for that is some iridium plates, some blue chips and stuff like that. Let's pick that stuff up real quick. So we can make that in our pocket real quick. Because the only thing we need for that is a material catalog, and I didn't really want to put in any kind of automation to bring the material catalog back down. Time to waste another 1,000 hours then? Apps, that's a spirit. See you next year. Alright, bring some of these with you. Rocket fuel, we should have technically enough in our pockets. If we would be ordering enough, but we can find some more rocket fuel in space. There will be rocket fuel in space. And then some iridium plate. Iridium plate. Are we doing iridium plate in the mall? I think we are, aren't we? That's beryllium plate. Iridium plate we're doing over there. Let's pick up some stuff as well. Good. Yeah, we're just about to try to figure out how we can do like our train system to go across surfaces. I'm very much looking forward to that. That's the wrong material. It's over there. Let's see. Wait a minute. Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's over there. That should be enough. We need like 50. We brought like 120. Sure. We do need to take off our trusted suit of space. Ah, we can do that. It'll be fine. We'll just have to need to get into a room or something like that. Good. Alright, with you done, we can now ride this thing up. Whoop. And there we are. We're in space. Well, we're here. Yeah, put you over there. And... not quite sure if we have you in space, but we can probably put you down. What are they complaining about? Are they complaining about lamps? No, signals. Alright, yeah, those signals will be coming up soon. Alright, we need to find one of these catalogs. What do we need? A material catalog? A material catalog. Over here somewhere. Let's see. There's one. Okay, put these back. There we go. And then we need to pick up one more rocket fuel. Then we have to take off our thruster suit. And then we can upgrade our suit into the Mark II suit. Alright, there's the rocket fuel. Let's just get inside of this rocket. Please don't fly off while I'm in here. We do need to clean up our inventory real quick. Here, put the rails racks in there. Because how much are we going to take off? Extra inventory slots. Where is that? We also need to take out our stuff over there. Wait a minute. There we go. Take this off. Yeah, put these in there. Put those in there. Don't bring me stuff. I want to get rid of it. Let's see. Inventory size bonus 20. 10, 20. So we can take it off now. There we go. And now we can make it. Upgrade that suit to Mark II, please. Dump the signals too? Yeah, sure we can. Yeah, have these. Have these as well. You can bring them back later. Alright. Is this not power connected? Oh, this. You know what? Don't do that. I hate that. Or do we need to connect you with a wire explicitly? Wire I cannot reach. Apparently this is enough. That is definitely... oh, I guess it was connected, but because we couldn't see the top, it was not connected. But it's definitely connected. Alright, the suit is done. The suit is done. Put on the new suit. Where's the suit? Oh, it's already on. Okay. Put the legs back in. We only had one leg. Alright. Sure. Yeah, you over there. You over there. Robot over there. Robot over there. Night vision goggle over there. Batteries around the spine. Really? Was that all? Was it that much of an upgrade? This was a 8x8. This is a 10x10. So we go up from 64 tiles to like 100 tiles. So we should have like 32 empty tiles over here. Actually, not 32. 36 even. So 4, 8, 16, 24, 25, 26, 28, 27. Yeah, that is exactly what... It's always kind of surprising. It's things that grow by the power of 2, like width and height. Just going up by like 2 numbers gives you so much more space. And I always underestimate that, every time. Good, but now we have a better suit, which also means we can put in more stuff over there. We're definitely going to be putting in more roboports. Speaking of, do we have the ability to make the Mark II roboports yet? Where the fuck is that? Or is that still a later tech? Roboports. We have the personal roboports Mark II. Are we making those then? Wait a minute. Are we making those? And pizza slices come to mind when talking about size increases like that? Yep. Absolutely. And it does... you should sometimes calculate if the pizza slice increase is fitting toward the price increase. Okay, we got personal roboports Mark II quite a bit over there. So we got all the parts that we need. Do we get the better batteries yet? No, we're still in the Mark I batteries. What about the Mark II battery? Okay, personal equipment. Where's all the personal equipment in here? suit. We probably have to filter it for power armor. Because all of this should be... No, it's not. It's the personal battery. There we go. Batteries. Personal batteries. Personal batteries Mark II. Oh, there are no Mark IIIs. Oh. But we can research this if we do the home accumulator. Yeah, put these in. I like these a bit more. Alright, what else do we have in here? What we can put in the suit? What about the personal fusion now? Let's have a look in here maybe. It's probably easier to check in here what we can put in there. So, personal batteries, of course. Shields we can put in there. There is the portable antimatter, the portable fusion, and the portable fission. What about the portable fission? There we go. The portable fission reactor. For that we still need energy science packs Mark II. So we can't do those yet. Alright. Jetpack Mark II and Mark III. I think we already have the jetpack tag in. Yeah, we can go all the way up to jetpack Mark III. We should probably set a production line up for that. Hey you, novice. We're making jetpacks Mark I. Yes, we're making jetpacks Mark II. Yes, now make jetpack Mark III. Make them right over here. Jetpack Mark III. The suit comes with a jetpack, but we can still add in like an extra jetpack to make it go faster. And things are always more fun if we make them go faster. Alright, what? Oh, you're already making them, never mind. I was kind of looking like, are we missing anything for that? Nope, it's going, it's going. Alright, the adaptive armor and stuff like that are really, really nice if you would want to make yourself like an armor piece. What about the life support equipment? What's the difference with these? It only increases up efficiency. Okay, but we don't really need that. Legs we're definitely making, because we can pick up some more legs. And then the only other thing we have available in there are things like point defense and stuff like that. Are we making those armors? We are making those armors. Alright. That's the Mark IV? That is the Mark IV. We could technically research the Mark IV as well. Yeah, let's invest in some suit upgrades. Alright, but that's coming in. Perfect. Let's maybe go get it. Yeah, let's turn you on again. The life support, the suit comes with life support. I mean, we would be able to go longer with the same amount of life support canisters over here. There you go. Write it back down. But I don't think we really need that. As long as we're like within our roboport network and we can get like resupplied with these canisters, then it will be fine. It's like 6 hours to the 1.5. Wow. I mean, we would need it if we would be going like to some kind of fringe planet where we don't really have a lot of support coming in. Alright, here, give me 2 of these at least. We could maybe put in some adaptive armor. RTG. Definitely put in some more batteries for now. Yeah, pick up a stack of batteries. Pum pum pum. Where are the exoskeleton legs? There they are. I want to be able to run faster. Pick up a stack. Alright, let's get the legs in. There we go. More batteries. Let's kick these out and upgrade them for the Mark IIs. Oh, we're so fast already. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Alright, and then put in the Mark IIs. That should be fine, right? Good. What do we have over here? We can... Max robots is 50. 50 is exactly the number I want. Charging spots is 8. We got some range. We got the movement speed bonus. Battery capacity. We definitely do need to upgrade these portable RTGs because the roboports are kind of hungry. The jetpack doesn't really eat much, but... Oh. Yeah, our legs currently eat more power than we can make. We can make about 500 kilowatts. Every set of legs over here eats 200, so we're negative on running power right now. Which means that the portable fission reactor became way more important right now. We could probably fix it for now by just doing this real quick. Yeah, then we're at least power positive. We're a little bit slower for now, but that'll be fine. Look at that grid. It's such a nice grid, isn't it? And if you can think about it, we can probably place down one more reactor. Like, yeah, let's actually do that. Pom, 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 pom. Just bring me more power, please. Yeah, that'll be fine. We can store less power, but we now make more power. So we should be able to compensate for that. Good. Good, 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 good. Alright, back to space then. Up we go. There we go. Alright, that's definitely connected. We probably also do want to at least get our platform connected by there as well. Are you not on platform? You are not even on platform. Let's see. Alright, this technically is not really required, but I kind of dislike when things are floating around like that. And let's at least fill out this part over there. Else that will look weird as well. Good. Okay, we got... Ooh, these look kind of nice. They look like little roller coaster tracks. What was in there? Can't even tell. Alright. Do we have got mechanisms to reintroduce this? Yes, we do. Alright, fair enough. Good, 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 good. Alright, so with this, we will now be able to get at least trains in all the way over there. We could maybe start off with some liquid trains over here, because that was the plan over here. Put down some liquid trains. Maybe we start off with those, because they're going to be easier. Where we're going to be starting to transport in things like petroleum gas, lubricant, light oil, heavy oil. Those are all things we're going to be needing in space. So let's start with that. And let's just make like a train station, maybe some over there. We also need to put in some extra signals. Yes, we're not even remotely done yet over there yet. Unless maybe also go over there. And start building it ourselves. Oh, I do like the new speed we have. Look at that. That's good speed. Alright, we're over here now. So, this will be like one of the liquid stations. Good. I was kind of thinking of maybe making like a multi-liquid station, but well, we could. Nah, let's keep it. Let's keep them named. Let's keep them like typesets to like one thing. Else, it will most likely just become confusing as fuck. Sure. Let's have a look at these real quick. So we can place you over there, and we can place you over there. And you in the middle. And then are these equidistant? Not really, but they will also be able to be placed equidistant. What we could do is take these and place these equidistant though. Yeah, place them some over there. Are they equidistant on their own? They sure are. Yeah, I like this. This is way better. Good. Alright, then. A train will come in. We will need at least 2 tanks for every liquid to fill it up. So that would be something like this. But this is kind of troublesome to connect. Yeah, could we maybe turn you around like this? There we go. It'll be a little bit better. And then we will need a little bit more as a buffer. That'll be enough. Good. Space pipe. That could be a station. And then, for example, this could be lubricant, because we need lubricant over there. Let's put in a little bit more for there. Let's also put in some signals. This will definitely also be two-way track. So you go in like that, and you leave like that. Good. Let's put in a little bit more logic before we put it down. We're only going to measure one tank. One tank is enough. And then that goes to there. We could maybe even turn... Well, this is going to take space parts. Yeah, we're just going to copy paste this over whenever we need to. But your limit over there will be set based upon... Let's make this the lubricant station. So where is lubricante? Lubricante is right over there. You are looking for the lubricant signal over there. Your name over there is going to be... Lubricant Requester. What do we do for signals over here? I guess we can put them into a radar as well. We can definitely put them into a radar, and we can just combine our radar system with our messaging system. So that will be you over there. Can we flip this around and put you in like... Oh, I like this. This is kind of nice. I like the angle. Alright, but this is a request, so red wires will be going into the request over there, and green wires will be going over there. Good. Then, over there, if, and we're going to name the signal, lubricant, is less than, say, 5,000. That's 500. 5,000, then you're going to emit the lubricant key signal. If there's less than 5,000 in here, that means that there's still enough for 20,000 per tank. We got a total of 10 tanks. 12 tanks, so we can hold a total of 240,000. Every train is 200,000, so we will be able to unload the full trainer in there if we need to. Good. All right, and then we take the entire thing over there, and we're going to turn you into space liquid requester. Love the name. Turn you into parameters over there. That will be the parameter. And all of these will be fine. Priority will not be changing. Train stop limit will not be changing. Why? Train stop limit is 0? Wait, what? Set train limit, enable train limit. That will be 1. Enable. No, that's all correct. I think I just got confused about what we saw over there. What we're missing over here is some lamps, though. Wait a minute, lamps. Here we go. Make it nice and bright. Okay, space liquid requester. Parameters again. That will be the only parameter we need. Everything else will be set up accordingly. Good. Create. And then let's go one further out. We will need one for heavy liquids. We're gonna need one for light liquids. And we're gonna need one for petroleum gas. We could technically also do water if we would need water, but I don't think we need that. Okay, you're set up correctly. You're set up correctly. Yeah, this all looks fine. Add time to get the scaffolding. We can always do the scaffolding by hand afterwards. Good. Alright, then put this in there. Check my exit and access tracking. This should be fine. Because it's going two-way. So we'll be going in like this and we'll be going out like this. Alright, and then... yeah, it'll be fine as well. These are also correct. No, this is good. I like this. Alright, and then... right-hand drive. So... let's maybe take the middle one over instead. Go all the way over there. We do need to go up and over. Do this. And if we leave, we just do that. Wait, that... can we do that a little bit more? No, one further up. More like this. Good. Because we kind of want to mostly go into the space elevator over here. And that's going... It does kind of look like the signal is going up, but I think it's going in. We might have this thing backwards. There's a good chance that we have this thing ass backwards. So that's also something we might need to take into account. Ass backwardness is definitely a thing that can happen. Alright, and then we need to set up the rest of these. Alright, we don't really need to stack over here. We're just gonna merge them together like this. Like over there. Over there. And over there. Good, those are in. We've now got these requesters. They all got the radars up and running. Good. Alright, alright, alright. Then, now comes the big question. How do we do a space connection, a dynamic space connection from upstairs to downstairs? Downstairs, we can also build the counter stations. Because we want to export light oil, heavy oil, petroleum gas, lubricant. We are making that stuff. Where are we making that? Over here somewhere. There they are. 1, 2, 3. Where's lubricant? 4 lubricants over there. We can make these train stations over here somewhere. What is this line? That's the oil line. Okay. How about we move you to the side a bit? Let's see. Where do you start? You start all the way over there. Let's take you. And put the aerator from your sink mix thing. Let's see if a night of vinegar is going to help the scale back up. Kind of reminds me, I might need to take a better look at my dishwasher, because my dishwasher is still acting up. Both my dishwasher and my washing machine are still making things kind of weird. My washing machine still has the issue that sometimes the program gets stuck, but I think it's an electronic fault, because if I run like the high temperature clean everything dead clean program, that runs just fine. But if I run my standard program, which is like running at like 40 degrees, and just scrub it until it like is no longer broken or dirty, that one gets stuck after a while. And I'm not quite sure if I just overused that program or if something else is broken, but that one is just kind of fucked. And my dishwasher, the fine stuck, it just stops. Like, the program just stops midway through. It does the first rinse, but it does not do the second rinse. And if I then want to complete the program, I usually have to like just do like the final step on my own, where I just go like here, do the washing step, and then after that is done, start the machine up again, and then do like the spinning step and stuff like that. But it just kind of aborts. Like all the lamps are blinking, not even like in an error code. It's just like all lamps blink in any way. And I already checked like the manual if there's any kind of blink codes, but I bought a very cheap machine. There are no blink codes. So it just kind of gets stuck. Here we go. Let's also make the other stations for here. Let's make some new stations for here. Let's You have a hunch? I mean, I checked the filter. The filter was fine. Pumping water off is also fine. Because the other program, like the 90-degree program, that one just runs through and has zero complaints. Actually, these stations over here, we can make them a little bit smaller. Because it's just liquids. Good. Yeah, make those first real quick. That'll be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we're backed up with petroleum gas. How did that happen? I guess because coal is working again? Sure. So similar to what you had, you might be starting to get back pressure from the outlet. I was kind of thinking that as well, that there might be like an issue with like with the pump issue. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because the outlet, I got like an open outlet. I got like a hose that just goes like into, not really a sink, but like into like a wall pipe. So I can pull out the hose when it's running and check if anything is wrong in there. What could maybe be the case is maybe that the hose has too much water in it, because I think that's the problem that my dishwasher has. That there's like too much water in the hose, and the pump is having too much of an issue of pumping all that water out. Maybe I just need to like empty the hose for once, and then it'll be fine. Or maybe there's just some random pulp in the hose that's like making an issue. That could also be the case. If you've got one of those U hoses that might be causing the issue, it's definitely a U hose. I can take a picture of it later on. But for the dishwasher, I immediately noticed that giving the hose a sensual massage fixed it. Like, I got like a thick rubber hose coming from my dishwasher to my main water outlet underneath my kitchen sink. And if I just like press that together like a little bit, no, that's not define it, but if I just give that like a little bit of a pressure and just like squeeze it a bit, I can notice how the water that's stagnant in there starts to move and shift around. And I was basically using it like a impromptu, what's it called again? Impromptu plunger. And that kind of fixed it for my dishwasher, mostly. It's running again a bit, but it's still kind of not, it's not really making the most happy of sounds. Alright, we got 4 of these. And we just need to connect them directly over here to all of these liquids over there. Good. You over there, you're going to become the, let's take you as a provider, as a template, and then you're going to be petroleum gas. Need to use the Holy Machino and pray for the Omnisire? We could also try that. Should be old water in the outlet siphon, but the hose for coming off the machine is to the siphon. Yeah, I kind of have the feeling it's exactly that. I just really didn't look into it too much yet. Alright, can we just copy paste you like over a couple times? And then we're just gonna switch out your symbol over there. You're gonna be light oil. You over there, you're gonna be... Right, the other way around. Bum, 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 bum. You're gonna be heavy oil. And you over there, you're gonna be lubricante. I'm kind of thinking of just not giving these stations over here, like... These stations, I think we'll just keep them open all the time. We should not do it like that. That will... Okay, wait a minute, that was one too much. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we're just gonna set like a standard 1 green out for these. The issue was that the actual outlet was starting to clog, but the sink ran absolutely fine. Just the machines were dumping more water quicker than got back pressure. Ah. You clean the drain of the dishwasher. That was the first thing I did. That was the absolute first thing I did. Like once I got some issues with that, the first thing I did was like clean the outlet or the drain filter. But that thing is fine. That thing is squeaky clean. Yeah, really? Alright, maybe you want further back. Put you over there. Good. Alright. Let's get the radar up and going. Pum. Radar's over there. There you are. Yeah, maybe I just need to do some drainage magic with that thing. Alright, this is provisions. Since we're just gonna assume that these over here will always be full enough, we might need more storage. The amount of overall storage we have for things like light oil, heavy oil, lubricant, and petroleum gas is not enough to fill up a single train. Actually, it's barely enough to fill up a single train. So we should double these down at least. So how about we do something like this? We require more storage, and for lubricant, we need to triple it actually. Is that yet another rocket that kind of went off course? Good. Alright, they will be busy for a bit then. Good, good, good. Then, over there, at any given point in time, we are always providing petroleum gas, light oil, heavy oil, lubricant. Those 4 liquids are always available. And now I kind of remember that we have a... we're not putting liquids in here. So we don't need this. We are doing liquids differently. Okay. Because we got liquids specific interrupts. Alright, alright. That makes things different. That makes things way different. We can try some encoding. I guess we have to do some encoding. Let's go back into space. So these over there. We need to move you out by 1. Actually, before we connect you with the red wire over there, I kinda like the angle we have over there. But for space, yeah, I think we can get away with it. We will need something like an amp over here. Everybody get an amp? Here we go. We're gonna multiply the signal. And like each signal is coming in. Each signal is coming in. We'll multiply this with like 1,000. Because I'm pretty sure we're not gonna get like more than 1,000 signals. And then you put it out. Good. We can wire you up with the green wire. That'll be fine. Red wire goes in there. Good. Yeah, that will be a new one of these as well. We need a new sender over here. We can place you over there. Red wire also goes to there. You over there. Okay, we need to wait for you to be built. There we go. Good job. You're going to get a new name. This is going to be Novice Orbit Train Network. Novice Orbital Train Network. There you go. We're sending those off via that signal transmitter, which we then can receive back on Novice. So these over here, whenever we send a signal in orbit, it will be multiplied by 1,000. So we're doing like a little bit of encoding over here. Which means, if we go back downstairs over here, and if we go to our liquid trains then. We would have 2 specific interrupts, which does kind of make sense, because we need 1 for space, and 1 for non-space. If we do this interplanetary, with interplanetary trains, it's gonna go ballistic. It's gonna go off the charge, because then suddenly we will have too many things to encode. I don't think we're going to be doing dynamic space trains, like dynamic space trains in terms of planet-to-planet trains. I think we're going to do planetary transport with just spaceships, and we're just going to like transfer stuff over. Unless I maybe come up with a better idea. We're going to make 1 interstellar train system. I'm still thinking about it. I don't got a solution for it yet. But we're going to call this one oil Not oil, petroleum. Petroleum. Space specific. There we go. Because the condition over here is going to be like, you are at the depot. You are empty. You check the circling condition over there. You don't even check the circle condition. Wait a minute. Oh, we don't have a circle condition even. Oh, fuck. That doesn't even work. Yeah, that's also different. Maybe we can do it generic then. But I don't want to put in too many ants and ores over here. We can imagine that we have the same kind of circuit network going on over here as we have over there. Then we get the signal out. We could make liquid specific depots. Then we can... We did that in the past. We had like depots for like storage trains and depots for like liquid trains. That will make it a little bit easier because then we don't have any kind of contamination going on between like physical trains and liquid trains. They get their own schedule with their own signals. And then we don't need to worry about what's inside of the train, because if we don't do that and we just use the generic system for liquids as well, suddenly we will have like cargo trains trying to pick up liquids, which of course will not work. Unless we actually make mixed trains. That would then be a thing as well, where we do like trains that have like cargo wagons in them and liquid wagons, but that would be super duper insane. We could do it, but no, I don't want to do that. No. But okay, let's okay, then we need to discard this. Yeah, fuck that. Kick that out. Let's make we have some space over here. We don't have some space for you. We could maybe sacrifice some of these depots. Yeah, let's sacrifice some of these. Yeah, let's take 2 out over there. Like these 2 over there. Label you out. You're gonna be renamed. You're gonna be Fluid Depot. And we're gonna do the same thing over here, but over here we're only gonna have 1. You. Actually, you. No longer connected. You over there. You're a fluid depot now as well. Hey, we got the fluid trains over there. Hey, you. You're at least part of the fluid generic. Perfect. You're now going to go to the fluid depot over there and no longer to the depot. That should fix it up for all of these. Yeah, they're now all going to re-travel to the fluid depots and no longer the depots. Alright. We can use this one up there for the system, but that will also mean that we need to start to filter out the liquids over here. Because at the moment we get like all the signals in there, which I guess is fine, but we want to filter out the things that are not the liquids. There's an easy way to do that. Well, actually, is there? That will fuck up the entire system if we do it like this. Wait a minute. We move you over by 1. We place another one over there. We probably want another one over there as well. And then we want to have a... Actually, no, we can do that in 1. We can do that in 1. You no longer go over there. You no longer go over there. Actually, we do need to do it in 2. Do it in 2. The red wire will be going into you. The green wire will be going into you. Your green wire will be going to there. Your red wire will be going to there. But then we're going to have 1 constant coordinate over there. With your green wire going into where the red wire is. And your red wire going into where the green wire is. Yep. That's all the conditions we get in there. Perfect. We're only going to pass through the conditions that are positive on the... We're going to pass through everything that's positive on the U or the green wire. And each signal that is No, that will not work like that, right? Wait a minute. It's the other way around. We are only gonna pass through... Oh, shit. Da! Wally, hello there! Sorry, I'm thinking. What I kind of want to do over here is, I kind of want to just make the liquid signals over there that we don't want to do. Like no crude oil signals, no light oil signals, no petroleum gas signals, no, none of these, none of those. These are the signals that we don't want. And Caladorn, hello there! Those are the signals that we do not want. You're also having power issues. That's kind of annoying as fuck as well. Alright, so we already get the red signals over there. Maybe not for each. Everything. Each signal. On the green wire, we want to have... everything on the red wire that is not that, and on the green wire that's larger than 0. There we go. Is that what we want? Maybe. And we put out the input wire count from the green wire for you. Let me just put in the signals back over here that we had. We already put it down over there, and then we kind of walked away from it. Where is it, radar? There it is. Let's go over there, and let's get one over there. These are provisions. That will be a green wire, and we're going to be providing things like... Where is it? Oil, light oil, petroleum. Actually, we're not going to be providing crude oil. That's the one thing we don't do. We do these. There you go. Good. Now we can go back over there. These are always present. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. So we do get the petroleum gas signals over there, but we want to filter them out. So, yeah, for each of these, the red signal, if it's present, then we don't want it. And if it's present on the green signal and positive as well, then we do want it. And then we put that out over there. And then you over there, you do the exact opposite. Because over here, it's going to be... You just do it like this. Good. The exact polar opposite. And then we just filter out these signals. This way around... These trains over here will not react to any kind of liquid signal. And then you over there, you just keep doing what you're doing. This is still the same logic, and we make pairs, and that is working fine. Good. All right, liquid side now. Which means, for the liquid side, we technically take the same over here, but we just nudge the condition of the filter, and we just reverse it. Which means we could put this probably in a named group. Let's put this in a named group if we have to put in more of these, because they will be around. This is going to be Depot Liquid Filter. There we go. Now the named group. So if we change that group, they will be changed for all of those in the same named group. And over here, they both have to be positive, so we do the exact opposite. Larger than 0, sorry, and larger than 0. Good. The last answer was particularly annoying. The stream view was that normally gets thrown over, the chat disappeared, and when I was checking back, the ads were still running. And that's on Twitch side. I mean... If we don't run ads, Twitch will run the ads for us. And then they will be even more annoying than that. Something ain't quite right for you, is it? No, it's fine. Is it? There we go. Yes. So you put out the signals for the year. Yeah, that's correct. And only those signals. We don't have any red signals right now. Perfect. Alright, cool. Then we need the space signal connection. We can use the same place over there. We're gonna put down one of these. And put them maybe over there. Yeah, here's fine. Red wire. Green wire? But then we would still... There's still an issue with this entire thing. But we're getting there step by step. I kind of want to at least be able to send up like one train automatically all the way over here. And I can see that we have a little bit of an issue over here with space track. Can we order in some space track real quick? Hey, you. Bring me 500 of these. So we can help out with the space track build over there, because that part over there is missing. We're also probably still missing some signals over here. Yep, we sure are. How about you over there? You can have that signal over there, and then you go around like that. Same thing over there. We need you over there, and we can put you over there. Good. And then this over there, we'll keep it like that for now. Alright, we've got a space track. Alright, at least they're now connected. Good. Alright, back down to Novus then. You take in the signals from Novus Orbital Train Network. So now we get in the signals in from space as well. Let's check over here one more time. Yeah. There is now an output signal going. Where are you going? Okay, you're doing fine. Yeah, that's actually correct. We got the provisions available and we got the requests available. These are encoded at the value of 1,000. And we can't do any arithmetics in here, right? So if we take you and we add in, for example, a new one, which is going to be petroleum gas. To space? Question mark? Because now we can work with these signals a little bit. First one, at a specific station, you are going to be at the fluid depot. You're going to be empty. We're going to check the circle condition. If the circle condition, the blanco condition over there, is larger or equal than 1,000. Yeah, that would be a space request. Then, but now it becomes a bit funky. Destination, okay, because we usually set it up like this. Station is not full. Station is not full. Let's keep it like we used to. But we can already tell that there is an issue over here because we can't see the other station over here. It does not exist for us. And we yet again need some kind of limiter. It's the same problem that we have as with the mole train. How do we solve it over there? We did some encoding as well. So this would be a space request then. But at the same time, we only want to send out one train. Which we can do. But we will have a traffic problem in space then. Because if we... Okay, let's go step by step. We put in the circle condition provider. If the provider is not full, we can't put in the other condition because the other condition doesn't exist. Oh, we have even less conditions now. Then go to where's this thing? Go to circle condition provider. Go to up. Go to circle condition requester. And then full cargo, empty cargo. The problem with this is the moment that we set this, all 4 trains, well actually one of the trains will go, then the next train will go because one train will go, He will go to the provider, fill himself up, then leave. The moment he leaves, the next train will come, all the way up to the point until the first train arrives at the station over there and empties himself out, because then the circle condition will be going down. How many trains do you send as part of the station? No? Yes, but we can't see the station from over here. That's the problem. We can't see if the station is being serviced yet or not. That information is missing. We could do some more funky encoding. Oh. It's definitely solvable with encoding, but I don't really want to do that. Maybe we have to. If the station is on service interval will fire, here. Imagine we have 3 trains. All 3 are at the fluid depot. They're all empty. We get the certain condition that there is a request from space that they want petroleum gas. The first train will trigger on the interrupt and will go to the provider, which is not full, fill it up with its own job to go there. He will then be at the provider. He will be filled up. Then he will be full cargo, and his next stop will be go to Novice, go up, followed by go to Requester. However, once that train leaves from the provider, the condition will be true again, because the condition will be true that the provider is not full, which is true, because the train just left. The train is on its way to go to Novice up, and then to go to the Requester. So the next train will immediately be dispatched once the train leaves the provider. And that will happen all the way up to the point until the first train arrives at the Requester, starts unloading until the condition is unset for the Requester to be requesting a train. So basically, we don't really have a full open loop, but we are... Can we go by if Requester open instead of has X amount? If Requester is open, no, we cannot do that because we cannot see the Requester over here. Maybe we cannot see the request over there. We can definitely not see the request over here. We can put it in. Let's put it in. Where is it? Station is not full. But you can see over here the list of stations that we can't see from over here. And for example, the petroleum gas requester, the light oil requester, the lubricant requester, and the heavy oil requester are all not in there. So it should not trigger on that. What we can do... Oh. Wait a minute. Will that work? No. I was kind of thinking that we could maybe put in some dummy stations, which we abuse for that. How does it come back? Oh shit, you're correct, Spectre. It also needs to be coming back. And that brings us to the next point. We're obviously going to have like a depot in space as well at some point in time, because we're going to have trains that only stay in space. We're going to have trains that only stay on the ground, and we're going to have trains that go up and down. Preferably, I want all of those to be the same. You can do it with general offset constant. Yeah, we can do that. We can encode information, absolutely. But, I mean, if we just encode it, we are basically Turing complete and we can program whatever the fuck we want. It's absolutely solvable with encoding. But I want it preferably to be solved without any kind of weird encoding. Because encoding requires maintenance. I don't want to do fucking maintenance. I don't want to be there at some point in time looking at this entire system again and going to be like, what the fuck did I do over here? That's the one thing I want to prevent from happening. But yeah, also... Now we can't even see Novice down from over here either. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's... We should be able to put that in. Because that should be the station named... Space Elevator. Novice. Is that another icon? Is that just this thing over there? How did we get that arrow? Wait a minute. Huh? That's not this one, right? No, that's a different arrow. That's the ASCII arrow, isn't it? Huh. Huh. Wait. Can't we use you for that? Station picker? I don't think this is that well optimized. Random question: have you ever contributed anything to the Linux kernel source? Not really. Well, I've worked on patches with people, but I never really was the person who actually put in the commit. But I've definitely worked with patches from the Linux kernel and did my own changes whenever I needed it to. But those things were usually things that other people solved better, and then we used those people's solution. How do we get the interrupt over here if we're going back down? If we even want to go back down. Actually, this is more an argument that we probably want to... Oh, now it makes it even more complicated then. Because if we have a depot in space, then once this schedule is done, the first thing he will be going then is go to Fluid Depot in space. And from over there, we can then do the next interrupt. Which then maybe has a signal from, hey, bring me something down. Which will be fine. But that will never happen, right? There's no liquid that will ever go down again. What we can do is, if we are at a fluid depot in space and we're empty, we can just add a new interrupt. If we're in the fluid depot in space, we're empty, and we maybe have like a special circling condition, like something like the Novice planet or Signal, or something like that, then we just send the train back down into where we need to go. You think it's able to send the train to a requester in space, or will you try to find a path to the planetary station and then where the interrupt is started? Yeah, there's a couple things we need to keep in mind. There's a couple things we can do. We can also just chain together interrupts over here. Because we can do different starting conditions. Like, for example, I think we do need to do more I don't want to do more logic. I'm kind of thinking of the following. We have like some condition that we send out a train to pick up something up. That train picks it up. That train then either still has a condition to go up or just goes up. We can put the dispatcher in. Like the back part over there, we can keep that out. And once we go up, we basically drive into a depot. And from that depot, we then do a dispatch job. Then it will be different, because then we have like an interrupt. We're like at the upstairs depot. We have something in our storage, and we then send that off to whoever needs it. But that will still not prevent that we might be sending up too many trains at once. Especially if we have many providers. Bulk brainwork needs for trains? Well, it's inter-service trains. Because these trains will go up into orbit. But I think that might be a bit easier. So how do we then prevent trains from overcommitting? Oh. Did we research something? What the fuck happened? Kill 10,000 behemoth biters. Yes! Alright, alright, alright. So. We got a liquid provided. We got a liquid requested from space. If the station in space is requesting something, a station at planet opens up as well for the same request. If the service is served, the train will start moving up to the space, and then another train picks it up and brings it to the start station. What we can do, we can definitely solve it with some kind of ferry system. Like, we got like a dedicated line, for example, for a specific product that goes up into space, like a ferry. Like, we can make like a requester for that kind of liquid on the other side. The train will bring it over there. It will then be pumped over into another train that will go up to space. It will then re-ferry that onto like another train, which will then handle it in space. Then we would have the same generic system on every surface. The only thing that will be special will be the ferry trains. And then the big problem is, and the more annoying problem is going to be, actually no, that will be fine. We would have some kind of logistical buffer in between. And we can't do that with a generic train. But yeah, I got some ideas. Okay. We also kind of broke our liquid system up here. Okay, let's fix our local liquid system first. Oh. Oh, you don't have any signals. Wait a minute. We broke everything. We absolutely broke everything. Alright, let's get some signals in there. Also, this happened. Elevator interrupter kind of cursed? Yes. I mean, we could... Yeah, we would need to make like let's call it the German thing, an Umschlagbahnhof. That is what we would need for that. Like where we just like put stuff in from one system into like another. And I kind of have the feeling we kind of ordered up like 4 trains over there. That'll be fine. Good. We could do something like that. And we could make that thing right over there. We got all the space for that Umschlagbahnhof right over there. Then again, they need to... Yeah, they'll be fine. Yeah, we need to segment the system. I almost thought that you were going into the elevator already, but no, that's not the case. Alright, but first and foremost, we kind of split our liquid system over here. So, let's work on that. And actually, no, we're gonna kick all of these out. You're gonna be fluid, generic. Let's start with you real quick. So you're gonna be at a specific station. That station is gonna be fluid depot. You're gonna have a circuit condition. That circuit condition is gonna be larger than 0. You are gonna be empty. You are gonna be... Wait, station is not full, and station is not full. That's gonna be circuit condition provider. And circuit condition requester. It's the exact same thing. The only difference over here is gonna be... that we are at the fluid depot and the depot. If we take this one out, then it will trigger everywhere. We don't want to do that. Alright, and then you go to circuit condition provider. You go to circuit condition. Nope. Notice the stop name is empty. Confirm. What a helpful message. Requester. And over here, full cargo. And over there, empty cargo. There we go. Alright, at least this way around, the fluid trains should be working again. You're fascinated that you don't use a two-rail system? Overcomplicated following with your hardcore one-rail systems and abusing of force? We got both. We do have like a two-rail system over there, but we also got like single-rail systems. Just build whatever you need. Alright, but we do now need to update all of these, and you're completely out of range as well. But I think the amount of liquid you have in you, that you'll be fine. But we do now need to figure out every liquid system station over there and give it a radar. Radar. Let's see. This is the provider. Provisions are green. So we stop this. We do that. Same for crude oil. There we go. You get the radar as well. For the problem is not using logistic chests in your station names. Ew. What? No, never. This is a requester, so we can use the red wire over there. Good. Any more liquids? Liquids. No liquids over there. No liquids over there. No liquids over there. No liquid over there. Pum. Every outpost out there. Eesh. Also, am I just being blind? Where the fuck are these radars? There they are. And let's place over there. This is a provision, so that's a green wire. Red wire will be going to there. Good. These are fine, those are fine. Yeah, we will need to go all the way out there for each one of these. Do they have a radar, perhaps? No, these... Where now? They have no radars. Thank you, past me. You're a bastard. Well, at least we got the faster jetpack. Alright, there is another one that needs a liquid over there. We can use this over there. This is a request. Requests are red. So, can we get over there? No. But we can just build a new radar over there. Put you over there. That is in build range. Your request. Good. Any other liquids out there right now? Do we have liquids over there? No. Let's have a look at the train stations then. Stations. We got so many of them. We got 3 sulfuric acid requesters. This is in the boonies. We fixed you. You are no longer required, so we can keep you broken. That's fine. Any other liquid requesters in here? No, it's only sulfuric acid and every petroleum gas station out there ever. Oh boy. Alright, we need to fix those real quick. At least we're flying fast, so we don't need to worry about that. But we do need to go to each of these providers. There's one over there. Let's have a view. Alright, in the meantime, I can let like the train system boil in my brain for a bit. But yeah, we're gonna make a shuttle system, because then we just need to connect requesters with providers. And we can just keep on using the same system. Oh, there was a radar over here. How neat. Green wire goes into there. Red wire goes into there. Good. Alright. But you were also the only one with a radar. Alright, let's go. Next one's over there. Yeah, with the new jetpack upgrade, at least traveling is no longer an issue. There we go. Park you over there. Build a radar. Plonk you down over there. This is a provision, so green wire goes into the radar. The red wire goes into the station. Good. Next one over there. Yeah, it's worms. Pom. There you are. Have a radar. Green wire goes to there. Red wire goes to there. Next one. All the way over there. Good, good, good. Alright. And I mean, the train system, it doesn't really matter how much train track you put down, as long as it works. That's the most important part. I mean, we also got this magnificent train line over here. Look at this thing. This is the best part ever. Just build around all of the cliffs and all of the lakes. Alright, pum pum pum. Over there, same thing. Green wire no longer goes to there, goes to there. Red wire goes into there. Good. Next one. Next bit of oil. One over there. One over there. That's 2, 3, and one over there. I think that's the last one. Yeah, it looks good. Unless there's one in the middle over there. Did we have like 9 providers? Well, we fly over there, we can check. It does say we got 9 providers. I don't think we did this one. We did this you. We probably did you. Did we really fly past? No. Thing is, though, there seems to be a fair amount of time when you when your rail system, regardless of what you're playing as vanilla, does not work. It always works. The only time it doesn't work is when you're looking at it. It's like a what's it called again? It's oh, my brain is completely somewhere else today. There we go. It's a Schrodinger's train system. You just don't want to observe it. Nah, it's not Schrödinger, it's the other one. It's a Heisenberg train system. Heisenberg, that was what we're looking for. Because if you observe it, it will not work. But if you don't observe it, it will work. So just stop looking at it and it will be fine. There you go. Alright. There's a cargo train over here. Why the fuck is there a cargo train over there? Well, fuck that, go away. Go somewhere else. It might still be like an issue from the past, but we do need to check that out. Oh, well, that happened as well. Pom pom pom, we did you. Next one is this one. Good, good, good. Spooky at the distance? No, 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 no. It's not that spooky. It's fine, it's fine. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, this is like the issue we had like all the way at the beginning where we're like, no, I only want to have one depot. I don't want to have 2 different depots for different trains. It'll be fine. It was not fine. There you go. Over there. Green wire goes into there. Red wire goes into there. Alright. I think we did not do you. No, you're missing a radar. Alright. I think that's the last one. The last oil station actually served out at all. Well, it didn't serve at all because there was like a cargo train inside the station. And the cargo train does not work with pumps. We need a fluid wagon train for that one. Alright, alright. Where is that other one? There you are. Saving for this. This one will not load because it's the wrong type of train. Okay, you leave. Now, we just have to make sure that we are no longer getting any kind of weird requests from these cargo trains. Where are you going? That's still happening. Okay. Oh, yes, of course it's happening. because we fixed it over there, but we got the second depot over here. That's just sending out trains however he sees fit. So how about we do this real quick? Yeah, that probably broke a couple of these. Let's wait for this to be fixed. And then we have to rescue a couple of cargo trains. But you could do all this without putting the visiting stations, yes, but we would still need to build a radar, you know. And these are so far out there that the bot network is not even covering it. So I had to deliver the radar. I did not have to do the wires while I was here, but I had to deliver the radar. That was the one thing I needed to do. All right, but these are fine now. Okay, which means we can rescue these trains. You. How about no? Oh, you were sending us to wall requests even? What the hell? Alright, every liquid provider over there most likely has... Yeah, we did do you, right? Yes, we did. Let's see. There's another one over there. How about no? That's a cool train. You're good? How about no? You're good. You're good as well. Did we rescue all of them? Let's have a look at all of our cargo trains. Groups, generic. You're still broken, and you're right in front of me. How about now? Alright, these should now no longer trigger on liquids. And these over here should trigger on liquids once we got a request open. Let's see if there's a request open. So you, for example, you are requesting crude oil. There is 3 providers open. There's 1 request to open. So you should send out... Ah. That'll help. And then we need the same logic for the other fluid depot, which is over there. And put you over there. And then green wire straight over there. Alright. At least that will fix the fluid system. Good. So now we got generic fluid trains. We no longer have like signal specific fluid. Is the depot full? I guess the depot is full. The depot is full. Alright, fair enough. But that's also kind of curious. Why is the depot full? There should be trains going all over the place. Wait a minute. You are emitting signals, that is correct. You're at the depot, that's all correct. You are getting those signals, right? Yes, you are. You're passing through the red signals? Wait a minute. Are we just full? Something isn't quite adding up right now. Output red instead of green, that doesn't matter over there. Oh, wait a minute, you mean over there? We do output red. Because red are the requests. We definitely don't want to service out more. If we output the green signal over there, then we will be sending out way more trains. Because providers will probably be available, but requests are the signals that we want to send out. So we want to output red. And now this is different. The output signal is still fine. This is the signals we output out. We output everything that's coming in from the red wire. It's a little bit weird over here. I do have to admit that. But the output over there is the input from the red wire. And the output over there is on both channels equal. And we output these signals over there. And these signals over there go into this train over there. We can see that over there. That's the signals we want to do. Those are the signals that will be sent out. But none of them are reacting on that. I guess they are. Are we just in a slump? Might be the case. Ah, that's why. These are sending some fake signals that we no longer need. I'm just going to delete the station altogether. For the ones that we have deactivated. You definitely no longer need to be there. Ah, that's probably part of the problem. You will still go over there. You're also almost... No, you're not even remotely empty. Alright, you're trying to find a way over to a requester. That's fine. Good. These are still fine. Nah, the signals are partially real. We have deactivated these stations over here, for example. And because these stations over here are deactivated, they are still sending out a signal. Because the signal is going into the radar as well as the station. So let's make sure that these are completely and utterly gone. Like no more fake open empty stations. There should be no more red around. Good, because if we now check up this over there, we will see that there's only 2 signals going on. One for coal and one for plastic, and they're probably being serviced. They're not being serviced because there's a train block. We need a bigger depot. We need a bigger depot. What we could do over here. Look, this depot is kind of long. We can double stack the depot. And then we go to a limit of 2 over there. Careful, your difference. Good. Now things should be moving again. And yeah, apparently things are just asleep at the moment. Yep. Which I guess is fine. And they were mostly asleep because trains were sleeping in providers. Or requesters, that is. And that's something we don't want to have happen. We also have to check why science is kind of stuck. It's been stuck for quite some time, actually. Good. Okay, you're picking up liquids. Perfect. That's fine. Let me just get in there. Yeah, let's have a drive. Won't the back train want to take an order and get stuck? No, because he's not in the depot yet. They'll only take the order if they're at the depot. They're not at the depot yet. Tallman! Hello there. And these trains are all ready to go, so this is fine. That's perfectly fine. That's why we also got this condition in here for like, here. Only do this when you are at the depot, not over there. Now what can of course happen is that we have trains over here that, well, actually it doesn't really matter because we will always, even if these trains over here sit there forever, we already have trains available to do a job for us. So it's basically just parking more trains. It'll be fine. Good, good, good. Why is cheese onion pie so up? Cheese onion pie? I mean, onion pie is already amazing as fuck. Cheese onion pie? I mean, you can't put some cheese in there. There's technically cheese in there. Well, not really cheese. There's quark in there. But you can definitely add cheese in there. It's UK things? Oh, I'm talking about the German onion pie. I'm not sure if the UK onion pie is the same thing as a German onion pie. But they'll be fine. Alright, now we need to make the ferry system. So we're gonna have like a transit system somewhere over there. Let's start building. Let's make a thing. Let's start over there. Let's not start over there. Let's start over here. There we go. That should work, right? Alright. You go over there, and then we'll need... something that comes from over there as well. Good. The only thing that's really, really annoying is doing a train-to-train transport. We can use the strong boxes for that. That will work. Because we do want to use the bulk inserters for that. And Superkuchen is always a great way for meeting the next day. Superkuchen is always great. End of point. Good. And then... yeah, we'll probably also... well, we will probably never have this connection then. If we have a ferry system, it's actually going to be two different systems altogether. So let's take that out. Oh, this is going to be a weird one. Alright, this will be then where we do the train-to-train setup. So there will be a stay. Okay, let's go down there. Oh, we're still in the train. Nope. But... we would need a ferry system for each of them. Wait a minute. I'm still kind of mulling it over my brain. Let's build the infrastructure first. We can still put in the logic. We definitely want to have something like a transit system over here. We want to go from one medium into another medium. Let's also put down some signals over here so that these trains over here do not get confused. Good. And then we're going to make this for the size of our trains. So it will be over there. Which means we can already do something like this. We'll probably have to push this out a little bit further. Then the transit system will be over here. It will be at the distance of this. We're going to move you over there and over there. We're probably also going to have to push this out a bit. Yeah, we will definitely have to push this out a bit in both directions. Alright. You. Put you over there somewhere. Because the transit system will be coming in from over here. There you go. We can put it a little bit tighter together, actually. We can put you over there. That'll be fine. Good. And then you'll be going into the air right away as well. Good, good, good. Okay, this will look kind of weird and complicated, but it will be great. Same for you. These trains will most likely come from over here somewhere. They might also need their own depot, but we might just make a linear stacker for this one. Ferries like crossing water? No, ferries into space. Not to be confused with furries into space. Pom 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 pom. And then... yeah, this power pole needs to be here. Let's change you out. Make it into something bigger. That thing over there needs to go over there. And then... bum, 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 bum. This is just for max speed. This is just to transport things from one train into another train. There we go. That could work. However, tribbles? No, not the tribbles, please. I'm still kind of thinking about this. Let's also give it some power real quick so that the blinking stops. There we go. Let's maybe also give it some roboport coverage so that we can bring in those cargo thingamajigs. Don't get me, train! I got cat-like reflexes. I'm kind of thinking about making this thing over here generic. But let's just make 2 of these real quick. Of what we want to make. And also, we have to do something new over here, because this will no longer connect like this. The trains that will be coming out over there will have a bit of a roundabout going on. Okay, I think I see how we can do it. Yeah, go all the way over there. You go over there. That should be fine, right? And then you connect over there. Because they will be going straight into the ferry medium over there. And then once they're done, they'll go straight back over there. Into you. And then that connection over there is no longer required. So now this is its own little rail system of things that go into space and go back down. Alright, and then we got 2 stations over here. We're going to make the same thing over there for liquids next. So we're going to have a bit of a gap. We're going to keep the pacing over here because I think the spacing over here is fine. But that means that we can place you over there, and then let's just move you over a little bit. There we go. Good. We have to move you. You go down a little bit. This pipeline in the middle of here is kind of annoying. We might just put these trains or this liquid over there onto like a train system so we can get rid of these pipelines over there. Can we get around the corner over there? Ah. Well, there's your problem. That kind of sucks, monkey balls. That means this entire thing over there needs to go a little bit further to the left. There you go. Put it over there. That'll work. Good. Need a third station to unload from space for scrap. We might have a direct... We might still have some... I mean, this is for the generic trains. We might still have some more targeted direct trains. Oh, this is also... put you back over there. There you go. So we might still have like a connection over here going back to the main line. Are you moving entire trains with the same material versus mixed bag of stuff? It's going to be both. Because the orbital supply train is going to be a mixed train. Whereas some other trains will be like only one stuff that we want in there. So it's going to be both. There you go. Which also going to mean that this way needs to go. There we go. There we go. Alright, it'll be over there. And it'll be over there. Good. So a train can come in over there. It will then transfer its cargo into another train. That train will then go up to space. And then we have a other train over here that can do the same thing over there. That's off by 1. That's still off by 1. There you go. This one over here, for example, could then do liquids. We're going to make one over here for liquids, for example. Yeah, put you over there, and then poof, poof. And then the liquid one. Give you some power. The liquid one's gonna have a very, very weird thing going on for itself, where we just have a pump that goes into a pump. At least liquid switches over here will be at least somewhat fast. Because we just pump it over like that. Whereas then... Let's maybe pull you from over there. No. Yes. Yeah, pump. Yeah, put you over there. So this would be then where a liquid train will be coming over. I'm not quite sure how many ferry trains we need. Is one gonna be enough? Maybe two? Maybe three? I don't think we need to make this too big. I think one for liquids will be enough, but maybe a couple more for physical stuff. There we go. But this is where I do like things like bridges and stuff like that, because we now have like two train systems over here, like meeting over here in place. So, but we still don't have the issue solved over here. Okay, we also gotta broke this pipe over there. With multiple liquids coming in. Are you still connected? You're still connected, okay. Or with multiple, with different things connected, because we still got the issue that, well, we could still do the space signal. We could do it exactly as we did for the mole, where we just make this a generic station. Like, we're gonna call this, for example, the cargo to space. And this one over here we could call fluid to space. We're gonna give this a limit of 1. Same for you. You're gonna get a limit of 1. Same for you. You're gonna get a limit of 1. And you're gonna get the limit of 1. That will also make this entire setup a little bit simpler, because the trains that do the ferry job over here, they're gonna have a very fixed schedule. They're gonna go over here, they're gonna pick up whatever the fuck is over there, they're gonna bring it up, they're gonna then unload it, and then they're gonna go back down. Or they could maybe even load again, and then go back down. We could make it more complicated after that. If we want to unload something that goes back down, and then maybe make a station over here that does that same thing in reverse. So we just have like a constant up-down train going up over here. And then the same over here for liquids. They will more or less have the same schedule. Alright, that could work. But how do we prevent this then from oversharing trains? We can put some more logic in over here that will set the limit over here for this station. Like, for example, if there's any kind of stuff in here, doesn't really matter what, then this station will be closed. But that will not prevent us from oversharing. We could also only accept... We could open the station up only and only if this is empty and if the cargo train is ready. Like, if there's a train ready to pass on a shipment, then we open the station. Then we send off whoever had a request from space off to here. He will do his job and do what we need to be done over there. And then this train leaves, that train leaves, and then nobody else should be coming over here? Question mark? We might want to make the train over here leave on a specific signal instead of leave on empty. Because if he leaves on empty, and this empties out, and then this train tries to leave, I think we might have a frame inopportune moment where we request another train over there. That might be the case. So a single combinator over here that just like checks if this train has left before we send the train off over there on a green signal or something like that, will be fine. We can do the exact same thing over there. And with this we can then ferry stuff upstairs. Now, upstairs, it will be the exact same build, so we can think about this again right over here. If we're now upstairs, The train that brings in random stuff will be coming in over there. And then we will need a train over here that will pick up random stuff. The biggest question over there will then be, what do we do to send it off with? I mean, in practice, we will most likely want generic shipments going up into space to be not a common thing, if possible. Because this is definitely a point where things will be slowing down by quite a bit. Because we need to unload the train, load the train, send off the next train. And then upstairs, for every one of these depots, actually we can put in multiple trains. We could even put in an interrupt. Ooh. Ooh. Yes. We can put in an interrupt. The interrupt will be, if there's anything in this station upstairs, this station will open up. A train will come over. And then do its thing. It will then go to the depot again. And then from the depot, at the latest from the depot, we could then schedule it to go somewhere else. Yeah, that could work. All right, I got some sentence of an idea what I want to do over here. I can see a way of that working, but we need to implement it. So let's start working on it. Let's set up like a routine. Let's set up like a simple system over here for like a liquid. Because liquids go fast and we don't need to worry about that. So let's put you in there. We're also going to make sure that this thing over here is technically a depot for the trains that drive around over here. This will also be a train that technically will not be reversing, because this will be going in a loop. So this will actually be like a 1-4 train. There we go, there we go. You can also order in the train. We're definitely going to give you some rocket fuel. Pum, 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 pum. Rocket fuel. Where the fuck is that? Every time I look for it, there it is. Let's order in some train parts. You'll be for cargo. You'll be for liquids. Alright, fluid to space. That'll be fine. Damn, we need to put in the logic. The logic we exactly said that we wanted to do. Let's put in one more power pole somewhere over there, so that we can put in all the logic that we need. We're gonna wire up all of these. That will be one of the conditions. The other condition is that the train is over here, so we can also wire you up with a green wire over there as well. Good. We're probably gonna have a second condition as well. That will be the go signal to make the train over there leave. So, and let's maybe use different colors for this. Yeah, let's use the red wire for this one. Because then over here we have one condition and only one condition on every one of these wires. That will make things a little bit easier. On the green wire, it will be quite easy. If anything in there... Wait, it's the other way around. If everything in there... If that thing is empty, that's condition number 1. Condition number 1, the station over there is empty. Condition number 2, there is some kind of a train signal. We're gonna read over here the stop train. That will give us the T signal. Let's maybe convert that to the train signal. Let's maybe not convert it to the train signal, because we will never have a train shipment of... we might have a train shipment of trains. Alright. Never mind. Let's keep it at the T signal. Alright, if the train is there, then we send out a signal over there, which I guess we can use the L signal for that, which will go into here. Set train limit via the L signal. At the moment, it will be not set, because this train, even though it's standing over here, is technically not here. Because the train is off. Only if the train will be on, we will be getting the T signal over there for the train. which will then allow us to throughput the L signal. So there's a train over here. The thing is empty, so we can accept a shipment to go into space. Good. At the same time, if the T signal over there is empty, then we're going to send off the green signal. And this is to make the train move. So once the train arrives over here, it will unload, but it will wait for this train to leave before it will leave itself. And we're going to put in the exact same logic. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Can we read pumps? No. Fuck. How do we know how much liquid is in there? We can't do the same logic over here because we have no recollection of how much liquid we have. How many fluid for space? Exactly. We can do it if we build this pump system over here a bit different. We're gonna have to make a small tornado. That will slow down transfer speed. But at least now we can measure how much is still left in these tanks. There we go. Alright, and now we can use the exact same logic again. So we put you over there, we put in the red wire in from over there, we put in the green wire in from over there. Over there, it's the exact same thing. If those tanks are empty, it's fine. Which means we can also connect up you over there. Good. Set the train limit of the L signal. We also want to send to the train. Absolutely, that needs to be checked because we want to send out that green signal to the train, which currently is being sent. Now we define what material to deliver to space. We're going to do it the exact same way as we do it over here with the mole request. Because the mole request, we know that this one is working. So... yes. At the moment the system will work because we will not be oversending trains over here. If we have a request that goes up into we have one handoff later on where it might go bad. But since we have a depot in space where trains will be waiting to bring in stuff, I think it will be fine. We might have a parking train situation later on in space, where we have trains in a depot with materials filled that are ready to go. But we can take that into account as well. Wait a minute. I just had an epiphany. One moment. Let's go over here. There's a thing we're not doing over here yet, which I think is going to make this over here so much better. Which might even solve the problem that we currently have with ordering in too many trains. Now, that will not really solve it, but it will make it more robust. We can, over here, read the train count. Reads the number of trains that go to this particular train stop. It includes the stop train. We already have this. We don't need to use this on the surface because we can check that via the interrupt system. Because we can just check if the train, if this train station is already being serviced or not via the interrupt. Because if there's no way to get to the station, we won't send anybody over. But, oh, wait, we can do that in reverse. Who's providing over here? You're providing. Yeah, that will work. Let's go over these trees real quick. Pum, 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 pum. You. Trees. I wanted to see you. There we go. We can read the same red signal over there. I think it's fine. We send out the signal that we want something coming in. We're only going to send out that signal if on the red wire, the C signal is 0. Then we're gonna request for that. Which means if a train is scheduled to go over here, we take the signal out. That will still not prevent... No, that's for the provider. That is for the provider. So we got the interrupt triggering. We reduced the provider by 1. But then we still have the same issue going on. What we need to do over here is we need to reduce the red signal by 1, not the green signal. Oh wait, this is the requester. Wait a minute. And that signal will not be red until the train comes over. Just because it's in the schedule does not mean that the train signal will be met. No, this will not work. Sorry. Not twice on the way to the provider station, exactly. Alright. And why should we be trains waiting in space with stuff in it? Yeah, because we probably still have the same issue yet again, that we will be ordering in too much. Same problem yet again. Take this train for example. A train has arrived over there. He has unloaded his stuff into this train, whatever there's in there, doesn't matter. This train is then going off into space. Once this train leaves, that train leaves. This station will only open up once this train returns. Now we're in space. The train from the ground comes up over here, or this train over there arrives in space at the top station. He starts unloading himself into this depot. Once he starts unloading himself into this depot, we can open up the station, alerting one of the generic trains that there's something to pick up over here. The generic train will start to come over, will start loading up this stuff. Then, once he loads it up, he will drive off. In the meantime, the train from space is also driven off. They will probably both arrive at their respective station at the same time. So the station the train from in space will be back over here. He can then call in another train. Meanwhile, the train in space that is delivering the actual cargo to the actual target is on its way to unload it. And while it's unloading, the request... wait a minute. But we could still use that. I think it will make things better. What we need to do over here... Yeah, we can change this up a bit. If there's a train planned to come over here... Yeah, that will make it better. That will definitely make it better. Use the red wire over there. We're only gonna send out a request if there's no train coming. That will reduce... Not negate, but it will reduce the effect of... Oh, there's a train over there. It will reduce the effect of ordering in too much. Because if the train over there that is splitting off in space to do the delivery, the station will then acknowledge that and will be like, alright, something is coming. Then I will stop sending out my request so we don't request more than we need. We also need to then check this one over there. It will not entirely prevent it, because timing can be a bitch, and maybe something will send the request, but yes. When I've removed the number of trains going there from the signal being sent, we don't know that yet. That was the thing we just tried to do. Because the train is going to go for the pickup, we will only know that the train is arriving the moment it actually drives to the station. If the station is in the schedule and he's doing something else in between, we will not notice that. But if we do the handover, the train leaves, and we stop then requesting it because we get the promise that something is coming. We can stop the request. And that way around, we will then stop the order. And that way around, we will most likely not send over another shipment. Yeah, that'll do. And then we block the system off from overcompensating by just making it so that a train over here has to be available. If there's no train available, then we can't do a shipment into space. Then we can also do it in parallel, because we can make many of these stations now, as many as we need. To increase the ferry speed. Yes. And yes, this is not fat. We could move these all into one radar. The only reason why I don't do that is because then wires will be all over the place. I would love if we could turn off the radar in terms of scanning. You know, or if we could have this in a different kind of entity. Open the ground station only if there's a train wanting to go to space. That's what we're already doing that. We are already doing that. That's exactly what this is. This station over here will only open up if this train is there. So if there's a ferry possible and we have a request in space, well, we will always be doing requests to space. Those will start to appear. There's a request in space. If the ferry station is open, like if there's a ferry available, then we can send off a train to pick up stuff. It will then go to the ferry station to drop it off. We might still be over-ordering trains that want to go to the ferry station. Wait. No, we won't. Yeah, we will still have the downstairs problem with we will still have the downstairs problem with like ordering too much. Because no, that should still no, we don't. No, we do. Yeah, downstairs we will still have the same problem. Imagine we have 3 providers for, say, coal. We got a space request for coal. The moment that request is going out, 3 trains in the depot. If we got, okay, let's do a couple of assumptions. Assumption number 1: we got an infinite amount of trains available in the depot for jobs. Doesn't matter what. We got 3 providers open for a specific cargo we want in space, and we got 1 request from space that wants exactly that cargo. The moment that request comes in, those 3 trains will bolt out at the moment with the system that we have, as we have no way at the moment in time to check how many trains are going to be servicing that station. For that, we only get that information the moment that the train actually goes to the station. Which means limit the interrupts. I don't think we can do that. With only 1 start? No, all 3 will start. It's going to be the same generic schedule as this one over here. It's actually going to be this one over there. Just imagine instead of more requests, it says like space request. We're at the depot. We get a special signal that we want something in space. We will check if the providers are full. We got 3 open providers. So 3 are open. We're going to check if the mole request is not full. That thing over there actually doesn't really do much. Because once we send these trains out, they will all go to the provider first. So the first train will go to the provider, locking off one of the providers. But the request will still be open, because nobody's going there yet. So a second train will be sent out to the second provider with the same schedule over there. And then the third train will be sent out with the same one, because we've got 3 providers open. And then all those 3 providers will be sitting, or all those trains will be sitting at the providers, all wanting to go into space. Meanwhile, the ferry train will bring that stuff into space, no questions asked. But at some point in time in space, there will be a bit of a backup. Yeah, this is the problem. This is still a bit of... we need to solve this. This needs to be solved. Once we solve this, so we stop the over-requesting, we can get it going. So this definitely needs to be improved. And I think the main problem is, which we also have in the generic system, is that this thing over here technically doesn't really do anything. Because this request will always be true. It will only not be true if it's already being serviced. And we will only know when it's being serviced if it's actually being driven into. Alright. I just had a very stupid idea how we could maybe also solve it in a different way. We could make... Actually, that might be a very neat way to solve it. But it would change everything. You know what? How we have the issue that we don't really can bring a state with us on a train? We can add a trailer. And then put in a specific item. Like maybe a chest. Or a requester chest. Or something like that. Which we can use to carry a state. Oh, no, that's gonna be bullshit. No. Oh. Oh, no. What other conditions are there? Yeah, maybe let's have a look at the conditions then. Can you make a pulse signal at the depot and go to stations one by one? But then we would need some reason to pulse. A pulse signal could work. We can do more logic. Yeah, we can either solve the issue over here when we send out the signal, or we solve the issue over here when we allow the interrupt. What else do we have in here? Item count, has cargo, full fuel, any local fuel, fluid count, empty cargo, destination or no path. Circuit condition at specific station. Station is full, station is not full, not at specific station. The problem why I don't really want to pulse over here, or put any more logic over here, is because I kind of also want to have distributed depots. The moment we start pulsing is the moment where we also need to synchronize all of those. And what I also kind of want to prevent is that we start putting in a lot of logic over here. Like, this is already quite a bit. This is more or less as complicated as I wanted it to get. Mostly because the more complicated we make, the more annoying it will be to fix it, to maintain it when things go wrong. That's why I want to keep it as simple and stupid as possible, because that's usually how it works. And this is already working quite well for like a single surface. But now we got the problem that we need to solve this for the multi-surface problem. So, back to you. Well, the station is not full check. It will just... It does basically the same check over here. It will check over here. Let's go over here real quick. For example, this one over there. It will check the... It will check the train limit over there. There it is. This one. Exactly this one. If it's 0 out of 1, then it's not full. If it's 1 out of 1, it's full. And so from space side, one station opens up, so requesting something, not a circuit request, a normal station request opens, so transfer to station, space opens up, pick up space. Yeah, that for this one, it's going to be very simple, because this one over here is going to be doing something. This one will most likely be on a fixed schedule. Like, go to, let's call this from ground to orbit. This one will go from ground to orbit. It will always go from ground to orbit until it is full. Then once it's in orbit, it will go to a station that's called probably also from ground to orbit, where it will then unload. That station will only open up if it's empty. If it's full... Ah, wait a minute. Oh. Oh, different issue. Let me just click something together real quick for you. Let's put some names in there real quick. These stations will not be over here. These will only be here so that we have a name. They're not gonna be here. This is just so that we, from ground to orbit, And you're gonna be depot. Just so that we have some names available. So this guy over here, he will go from ground to orbit. You're gonna wait until you have cargo and inactivity. He could maybe not be full. So you're gonna wait over there until you have any kind of cargo and until there's like no more transit that's happening. Afterwards, you go to Novus Go Up. Then you go to... How do we get in? Yeah. Oh, okay. It is working. The sound got me a little bit confused. It is working. It was just like. Wait, was the sound just bleeped out now? Wait a minute. What? Sorry. One more time. No, it makes the burp now. That's not a good sound. Yeah. Then you're going to Novus Up. Yes, and then one more station after that, which is this one now. There we go. That will be his schedule. And there's one big problem over here, because we usually gate traffic by making it so that the station where you want to go is closed. That's an issue. Because we could technically close the station from ground to orbit. Like we could close the station from ground to orbit basically the same way as we do it over here, or similar to as we do it over here. The station in orbit will only be open if it's empty. Like if there's nothing in there, then we can accept the shipment from downstairs. And only if that is the case, then we send this train off. So, but that will be over here. He will not be going there first. He will be going there first. So he goes there to Novus Go Up. We can actually, wait a minute. We got the full loop, so we can actually make him drive. Wait a minute. Let's place the station over here. Yeah, because, well, we don't got the full loop. Do we still have this one in there somewhere? No, it's gone. Don't put these in there. Don't put those in there. That won't work. Actually, let's just do... Yeah, let's do this. This'll be fine. Put it over there. Quick, stupid loop so we can turn around. Good, station is there. So now, technically, we can send them like here. We want you to go there next. So he will go off. Do we follow completely? Nope. He'll be there. And now he wants to go to... Now he does his thing. And then he wants to go back to Novus Go Down. But you can see the problem. He will only... If this station... It doesn't matter if the station is open or not. He will only know if this station is open or not the moment he basically left the elevator. So once he's upstairs, he's going to be like, hey, by the way, can I park anywhere? And the answer's going to be like, no. Also, why are you stuck now? Oh, fuck, where the fuck is he? The... eh. A stacker would solve that, but I don't really want to do stacking stuff. Where the fuck did that train go? Is he over here? There he is. Is he blocking himself? He does want to go there. Oh, there's another train in there. Yes, he's blocking himself. At least you managed to drive off then. Ha! Alright, fair. Sorry, we need some signals over here. Oh, you know why you could drive off? Because there is a signal over there, and there is a signal over here. But he didn't really care about that over there. Alright, you over there, you over there. And here he comes. Good. And now you'll be stopped because you're waiting for his cargo. But yeah. He doesn't know if he can go anywhere. Now, we could solve that with a stacker. Very true. We could put in some kind of a pre-stacker or something like that. Like, we go to one of the stations. I mean, we will probably have multiple stations over there where we could do yet another transit. And then maybe a stacker or something like that in front of it. Or the transfer is only moving if there's a request. Yeah, but now imagine if we have multiple of these. We also need to think about if this is going to be scaling up or not. Yeah, stackers works. I also solved it with stackers. In my first playthrough, I also had like a stacker at the top where we then would be distributing it from. A stacker definitely works. I think a stacker is also... I mean, that's also why we more or less prepped some space over here for a stacker. That's exactly why this looks like this. So we can have a stacker over here. Because a stacker should work. Can you beam down signals? We can. We can do... we can even send down individual signals if we would want to. But you can definitely... And we're definitely going to be beaming down signals because we're already doing that. Because those the space requests are already active, technically. Good. Yeah, I think a stacker... Even though I don't really like that solution, is most likely gonna be the solution that we're gonna need for that. Yeah, I think a stacker will be fine. If the train leave on the on signal open? We could do that as well. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, that will be fine actually. We only send you out. Yeah, we can bypass it. You're correct. Yes, let's do that. So we're gonna have like some kind of signal receiver over here. Let's get one real quick. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. You're gonna be nearby. Say over there somewhere. We can use you to receive signals to send out these trains. However, I did kind of say we can do these individually, but it would get kind of expensive. Oh, I don't really want to send like a blanco signal for all of these trains per machine over here. We can do some arithmetic for it. Yeah, a receiver and transmitter per train. That's no. But we could do some arithmetics. and number them. We did something like this in the past. Like way, way, way long ago. The Bolt Train Network did that. We can send out a signal over here for all of, we can send out two signals, like one for the open ferry, for the open cargo ferries, and one for the open liquid ferries. And then we just subtract it by one per train line. So for example, the signal comes out over there, and before we, for example, or before we pass it over to the next station, we just put this one over here. We can even put it on the red and the green wire. We could use for each of them. And we just subtract one from the signal. And then we just pass it along to the next one. That way around, we just reduce the signal. But we might need to worry about top to bottom, bottom up. Well, technically, if we build this into the direction of how these trains load, like this direction, it should work. With signals only for liquid, oh, we can put these in parallel. I mean, what we send out over here could be anything. It doesn't really matter. It could be, yeah, let's put it in there. For example, for the liquids, we could either use colors, we could use any of these. Because we will, on the other side, we can measure the L signal, we can measure the C signal if we would want to. We could even measure the T signal per train station. And then just accumulate that and then send it downwards. And then we could have like one, for example, the C signal for the cargo trains and the L signal for the liquid trains. Or for the ferry stations at least. And then we could accumulate that into one. But we're gonna run into another, and that we could maybe do something like that. This is definitely an option, but let's solve it one step at a time. All right, so what's the big issue right now? Let's do it for one first. If we just do it for one, we can then move on for like multiples. And let's do it for the liquid system first. Let's start with that. How about that? Because we already have all the parts for that. So let's build a ferry system in space. Let's also make the stacker. What's the angle we chose over there? It's this one over there. Good. That's a horrible angle. What the fuck is that? Alright, and this is just going to be like a stacker of... Let's see, you'll be over there. And you'll be over there. We'll probably have to move that signal. Yeah, we're just going to make this very simple real quick. You just do this and that. Stacker. That's gonna be our stacker. Then we will need to have a place where we will be... Do we need a stacker? I kind of want to integrate the stacker into this thing over here. I don't really want to build... I'm kind of thinking about where we put the ferry down, but the ferry could be anywhere we want. I would rather have the ferry system right over here. Sorry, we're going to delete this real quick. What's that? Oh, that's a signal. And let's go up space real quick. Is there a reason why you don't want to use logic? I don't. It's not like I don't want to use logic. I want to use as little logic as possible to keep it as simple as possible. We can, of course, make a super complicated motherfucking machine that does everything. Yes. No worries. That's possible. But that would also mean that we will have to work with it. We have to live it. We will have to make sure it always works. And that is definitely not going to be a thing. I can guarantee you that will fuck up at some point in time. It will feel so much easier to use combinators. Yeah, until you get to like the intrinsic point of combinators where you need to make them frame perfect. And we might need to make him frame perfect, and I don't want to make him fucking frame perfect. Let's see. We need two things over here. For one, we will need trains from the main line to come in. Let's maybe start with that. Train from the main line will be coming in. And we'll want to do stuff. At the same time, we want some burger and fries. Hey there, mate. How you doing? Sorry, I'm gonna pick you up one more time. Let's see. Yes, this is gonna be the same thing we just built in reverse. And it's not even that late, but my brain is already melting over there. Burger and fries, thank you so much for your lovely raid, mate. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. This thing over here. Yeah, you should go up. Can we order in some of those space elevator parts? Yeah, you over there. Bring me some of these. Right now I think you want to have trains in space and trains down to the ground with a single train just going up and down. That's exactly what we don't want to do. Mostly because, how to put it, we will have more issues doing that. That was all the way at the beginning. You probably missed that part. But we're going to have more issues with trains going up and down on their own with scheduling than unless... We're still figuring it out. Sorry, Soul Adams. We had an approach for that, and we came to the conclusion it was shit. There we go. Give me these, please. Okay, we did get some of these. Here, you have all of these. Is you got to feed yourself and your dog? I haven't asked for a stream. Oh, mate, thank you so much. Playing K2SE with a buddy of yours? Nice. Alright, but now at least we can build these over there. Good, 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 good. Yeah, we're definitely also going to do a transfer station over here as well. So that will be this over there. So you go down. This is where one of the transfers will be. Then we're going to have next to that yet another transfer. Pom, 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 pom. There we go. Something, something, something like this. One further back. That should be fine, right? And then if we copy paste this over, can we stack it? Maybe not. Move it out by one. This one we can stack. Alright, so we can make two. So that's the difference from generic to space, generic to ground, and shuttle in between. We're basically going to have the same schedule, generic, per surface. We're going to have one schedule that does the generic per surface, and we're going to have one schedule or one specific train that does surface to surface. That's going to be the solution we're going to have. We're going to have a surface to surface connection and a surface on surface. So we need something like a middle layer. A middle layer is going to be required. That's what you just said? Yes, and that's what we're working on. Pay attention, mate. Come on. Alright, and then you'll be somewhere over there. With you somewhere over there. We might also want to order in some scaffolding so we can build some of these stations. Get it together, Adam! Eat a cookie! There we go, there we go, there we go. Hello, my boy. Hello there. Actually, I still got some in there. Alright, alright. So these will be the counterpoints then. You can then go straight up after this. This one will then go back. This one will connect all the way back to the inside from over there. So if we build you a little bit further out. And again, let's start with 2. Like 1 for each, 1 for liquid, and 1 for physical stuff. There we go. Technically, you don't need to be raised anymore. Yeah, just put you over there, it'll be fine. Because you will be going... We could be very stupid about it, just burp, going like this. Nah. You. Alright, that was a little bit too close. Sorry. There you go, that need to be. The only issue you see is the generic on the servers won't know what it's getting. It doesn't need to. That's the point. The only thing the servers train needs to do is bring shit up. It will not ask any questions. It will just do as it is told. If you start asking questions, you will get shot. Is generic on the other servers won't know what it's getting? That will get its own little schedule. Yeah, you'll see. Because the only thing, the train over here, a generic train will arrive over here, and it will basically get a random pickup. We do need to put in like a special schedule, or not a special schedule, but we do need to augment the schedule for the generic one. And that's going to be a very simple one. We can actually already do that for the trains downstairs, because it's going to be the same schedule. It's going to be the exact same schedule. Yeah, these lads were there. So, a train in space will be starting to pick up like whatever is coming up from the ferry station. Once it's done with that, it will be going back to the depot. So, what we can now do is do this one over here. We can do a distribute. The distribute schedule is going to be the following. You are at the depot, but in this time, you not full cargo, you have cargo. Has cargo. And then you're gonna be at the depot. Depot. If you're at the depot and you have cargo, you just bring that to the cargo requester. And now he knows. So the generic system is going to be picking it up in space. For that, we probably also need one. That will be another interrupt. That will be the ferry pickup. You're at the depot. Scratch the set. Yep, it's getting complicated. You're at the depot. You are empty. Nope. And what if there's a queue at the depot? There will be no queue at the depot. The station will only open up if there is something at the depot. Station is not full, which is going to be... Oh, a queue at the depot. Then we just make the depot bigger. It'll be fine. It's technically the cargo to space, because it's going to be the same station name. Cargo to space is not full. If you're at the depot and cargo to space is not full, which means it's open for whatever reason, you go there and pick it up. So then you go to cargo to space. With the wait condition, it's going to be the circuit condition. Green design. Is that going to be the condition? Oh, we're going to have multiples of these now. Wait a minute. But yeah, it will be the green signal. It will be the green signal. Good, 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 good. We can't really bring it. The biggest problem I have in here... Oh. Why did that even trigger? Wait. Where the fuck are you going? Oh, you're going over there. Because the station is open. That's fine. The biggest issue I still kind of have over here is that we can't have a completely empty schedule. You have to have at least one train stop on there. It would be so much easier if we only had interrupts. Because if we only had interrupts, we could make this so much more dynamic. It's kind of annoying that we have to have a single station in there. I hope they kind of change that for Factorio 2.1. If we have an interrupt-only system, we would have so much easier time. But we always have to go back to the depot at this moment in time. Oh, all right. Still wrapping my brain around that. I'm not quite sure if we're going to come to a conclusion today about this. So let's just keep building for now. For now, let's just keep building. Yeah, let's get this system in there. No, does this fit? What the hell? It'll be fine. Don't you worry about it. Let's get all the parts in first. Once we have the parts in, we can then think about how we can make it better. Also, thank you so much for the lovely red cats and cozy games. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're thinking about way too much stupid stuff over here. My brain is melting again. All right, we do kind of want to start off with the liquid ferry station. So, yes. And Cat Cozy Games, how are you doing? What have you been up to? Tell me. Tell everybody. Tell the entire chat over here what you've been up to. People want to know. And welcome, everybody. Space trains? Oh, yes, space trains. Actually, not only space trains. We got an entire solar system over here to work with. And not only an entire solar system, technically even an entire star map. There we go. Day 2 of your first Blind Factorio playthrough. Are you here yet? You should be here yet. It's day 2. Are you not a speedrunner? First time Factorio. Oh, that's so much fun. I would still love to go... I would love to wipe my brain and forget everything about Factorio and get back to, like, first time Factorio, if possible. Oh, wrong type of pipe. We don't have space pipe. Let's order some space pipe. Because once you played enough Factorio, the amount of shit you kind of start doing is gonna be insane. They almost have a train, so they're halfway to the space train. Nah, you're probably playing Space... Are you playing with Space Age, or are you only playing with do we not have pipe? Oi. Oi. We do have pipe. My bots are lagging. What the fuck? Trying as few as possible, only the base game. So not with Space Age yet. Because Space Age makes it so much fun. But I guess a start with just vanilla is probably also very good. Alright, put these in there. Alright, what we're kind of trying to do over there is we're kind of trying to get trains from the ground into space by building stupid stuff. Also, don't worry about the bleeps. The bleeps are fine. We got a small base. We're actually on the planet, so things are actually round over here. But we got a bit of a pollution problem over there, and we're kind of triggering like all of the nests over there, like all of them. And the only way they have to go is, since they're kind of on an island over there, the only way they have to go is go all the way down over here, all the way down over there, all the way down over here. And we probably got a massive, massive pile of burning bugs over there, because there's like attacks coming in like non-stop. The next one is already prepared over there. There's one coming in, a small one over there. And there's probably even more coming up. Yeah, we're getting like swarmed with bugs the entire time over here. On all our walls. Even the wall down there over there. Yes, I think these are new. I don't have no recollection of these attacks yet. But yes, we're being swarmed. We are being swarmed. How's SpaceX 0.7? It's great. It's everything you wanted from 0.6, but now made compatible to 0.7, not to 0.7, now made compatible to Factorio 2.0, which means you get all the good things like space row ramps and stuff like that. You get the entire dynamic scheduling system, which is currently what we're trying to fuck around with to get things going from ground to orbit. At the moment, we're kind of trying to figure out or trying to fuck around with a ferry system where we keep our generic system on the ground. And we're just gonna do a surface-to-surface system to connect things from the ground or from any surface to another surface. And then in space, yet again, we're gonna use the generic system one more time to move stuff around. But there are some small issues with that. There's a whole bunch of small issues with that, which we're trying to figure out in a way that uses the least amount of logic. We can quite easily just build a massive supercomputer, not a supercomputer, a stupid computer, that just handles signals for us, use that, and then make it work. But to be perfectly honest, I hate those kinds of solutions, because once you just finish everything with logic, it's going to be fine. I kind of want to use the most primitive tools available, so we can keep it as simple as possible, so that if it breaks, we don't need to start figuring out what actually fucking broke. Do you prefer SpaceX or Pi, or are they just different? They are way too different. You cannot compare them. It's impossible to compare Pi and SpaceX. Pi is a thing which I played quite a bit, and we're probably going to be played again once the next motto comes out, which will maybe be next year. Maybe. They're still working on quite a bit over there. They're also playing Viking in Minecraft. Luckily, they did not start with Pi. Pyanodons is definitely its own thing. There are a lot of parts in Pi I really fucking love, and there are some parts in Pi I absolutely fucking hate. And at the moment, it's 50-50. So at the moment, I'm very mixed about Pyanodons. And my biggest issue I currently have with Pyanodons is that they just make it more complicated for no apparent reason. Just to add more stupid stuff to it. Which I kind of dislike quite a bit, actually. But they're currently working on the next update. Or the next mod pack. And I hope they kind of at least don't make it even more stupid complicated as it needs to be. Because there's a fine grain between being complicated and fun and complicated and annoying. And once you get into the annoying part, then why would you even want to play it? Like, you managed to get your Pi vanilla trains working properly? Yeah, I mean, a generic train system for Pyanodons will be absolutely fucking amazing. Because one of the biggest issues we had with our Pi playthrough was that we had, like, targeted trains for pretty much absolutely everything, and it was just a super mess of many trains just sitting around and waiting. But with dynamic trains, it would definitely be so much easier. So that's something good, but that didn't come from the Pi developers. That came from the Factorio developers. You're trying to do it Pi without trains? That is probably going to be the better solution, actually. If you do Pi without trains, you will probably build things more fitting together. You can probably solve quite a lot of things in Pyanodons with just belts and bots. I think the only point where you will probably need to train, and you might just want to accept that, is to maybe bring in ores. Like bring in like large amounts of ores from like outposts somewhere, or you just build on top of them. There we go. Are you using mods for logistic trains? No, we're using the vanilla system. Also no bots. Oh, then you're gonna have a lot of fun. And part of the vanilla system has a big problem. At least the way we set it up right now. Actually, part of the vanilla system has a massive problem, actually, in the interrupts over here. With being that... No, we should be... We're still trying to figure out the most optimal way to bring trains into space without fucking over everything. And we might just go back to the basics we had at the beginning. I'm still mulling it over in my brain. Because one of the problems we have is... in the interrupt for the stations, we cannot send a train downwards. Unless... Wait. Oh, that will work. Wait a minute, wait. Okay. This interrupt is going to be the... what the fuck? Why is this a thing? The condition is going to be something stupid. Here, peasant version, doesn't really matter. This is just so that we have a condition in there. Actually, let's set it up correctly. So, for example, we are at the depot. I think I might have solved it. I already said that 4 times today, but I think we're getting closer. With every iteration, we're getting slowly closer. We're gonna wait on the circum condition. We maybe need to do a more specialized circum condition over here. We're going back to the original plan of the circum condition needs to be greater or equal than 1,000. Like, we're only gonna look at circum conditions that are greater or equal than 1,000. Then station is not full. It's gonna be the circum condition requester, not the request provider. We already know that we don't need to look at the requester because we will have no clue about the requester. The requester, we need to add some more logic to the requester, in my opinion, to maybe make this a bit easier. All right, let's keep it like that. And one more. Empty cargo. Now comes the trick. We go to circum condition provider. We go to, where is it? Novice, go up. Even though we can't reach it, we can click on it. We go to circuit condition requester. And now comes the magic part. Now we switch the surface. We're gonna need a train over here real quick. Put down the train, please. Thank you. You're gonna be part of the same generic group. Then we're gonna keep editing this. There's Novice down. Alright, we got you in. Perfect. Yeah, that'll work. Because then we can get back to the Novice. Alright, now here it will be easy. Full cargo. Empty cargo. There will be no conditions over there. Yeah, that could work. Alright, alright. And not to be able to avoid things in GregTech, New Horizons Minecraft will also be an absolute nightmare. Yeah, I prefer to not avoid stuff. Even if it's something that's just like trash or ash. I would love to recycle stuff or try to at least, even if it's a very, very diminutive returns, I at least want to at least get something out of stuff. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just voiding it again. I mean, you could also void stuff by turning one thing into another and that one thing back into another thing. We actually do that in here as well somewhere. We do that over here on Burdick, where we void coal over here by burning coal in a boiler to turn into the steam, then turn the steam back into water, and then rinse repeat. I kind of dislike that, but I just really can't do anything with coal over here. Like, absolutely not. Like, there's no need for coal over here. We could maybe bring it over here, but this coal mine over there is also stopped because we don't need it anymore. It's a bit cheesy, it's valid. Yeah, it's... I'm not the biggest fan of voiding. I hate it. I would rather use it for something. We could technically put it in the rocket, but then we will not even be making enough to even fill up a rocket, in my opinion. So, yeah. I mean, things like over here, all the ores we don't need, we just turn those into landfill. That's kind of fair. I kind of like that. I would love to be able to turn coal into landfill as well, but yes. Oh no, biters are destroying my tank. Voids the liquid. Yeah, I mean, there's limits to that. I mean, for liquids, you could always just press the magic button and it's going to be like, oops, it's all gone. But nah, those are things I also don't really like doing. I hate stuff like that. And if we do it, then we try to minimize it as much as possible. Because, nah. If we spend energy on getting a resource, I want to use that resource. You remember your last SpaceX when you ended up automatically launching rockets of wood to crash on other planets while you pretend it didn't exist? It's gonna be like, where does this rocket go? I don't know. Send it off to space. I mean, it would be fun if we could just send, like rockets into the sun, and just gonna be like, here, we're just gonna send you into the sun. Goodbye, rocket. I mean, we do a lot of AI over here. I mean, we got cool rockets over there. Over here, the byproduct of core fragments. And that would probably be a better way of doing it. Instead of over here, where we process the core fragments, it would probably be better to put those core fragments on the rocket like we do over here on Selene. No, not Selene, on Hexen. And send back the core fragment rocket. That would be way better, in my opinion. We should probably do that. But since Burdick over here was our very first outpost, we still had like some... We tried to make it as simple and stupid as possible. Is that what you do in Power of Nuclear Waste? Send it to the sun? Well, it's technically not even voiding it. You're feeding the sun. Come on. That thing needs to burn. Send it some more material. Send over some ice cubes. We can turn that into plasma. But yeah, Burdick was our first little outpost over there. And yeah, over here these are our first builds. They can be excused for that. Not like Kion over there, where we have spent a lot more infrastructure over there in developing this planet over there. And actually, we're still building this over there. Alright, that's probably fair. Are they actually making it over, or are they flying back? I've kind of noticed that bots rarely fly back anymore. I think they're still flying back. Okay, they are flying back. They're kind of stuck over there. I'm not going to deal with that right now. We're going to deal with that later. Sun works by fusion? No, not fission? Yeah, but... that'll be fine. The sun can take it. We have been working a bit on Selene over there. Are these all in? Yeah, these are all operating now. You've been built and working? You're backed up all the way. Wait a minute. Does it mean that we're backed up over here as well? Oh, yes, we are. A full belt of not moving at all because the rocket over here is ready to go. Okay, I think we got our holmium issue solved for now. Let's have a quick look at Novus again. Did the rocket crash land again? Oh, yes. Yes, it did. Good. So, yeah, our holmium production over there is probably just going 24/7 now. So we don't need to worry about that. And our blue circuit production is probably fine now. Yeah, you're doing good. Good. We also backed up our blue circuits now, so nothing to worry about over here. Good. Alright, but yes, let's go back to this. I think we can skip all this shite we're doing over here. I think we can actually go back to the original plan we had, where we actually do direct trains from the surface into orbit and then back into the surface. The only thing we need to do is mark special signals to enable to send things up into space. Now that we have the full schedule available in an interrupt, we can do that. That's good. The only problem we now have is that we might have an interrupt problem. And that interrupt problem is going to be the following. Because we still need a stacker or something like that somewhere. Or something in between. Because the train over here... Yeah, between the provider and the requester, we got to go up signal. And that's going to cause issues. Because we're not blocking down the requester while we're moving to the requester. And that's the bigger issue. We could put the stacker up over here in space. That could work. But I kind of want to prevent... We now need logic on the requesting side. And we need to somehow figure out the moment when we dispatch a train to a provider, we need to take it out of the pool. We need that logic. We actually do need that logic. I've been skipping that logic for the entire time because I kind of have the feeling that things will break down if we start working on that. But the moment we send a train out over here, we need to more or less reduce the amount of requests by 1. The bigger question is, how do we know which train we send out? Can you put molten iron onto a train in Space Age? Yes, you can. That was my main means of transporting metals in Space Age. Because we just smelt them. I mean, in Space Age, we had these really, really nice smelters where any normal ore would go into the foundries to turn into molten metal, and every uncommon and above ore would go into electric furnaces to be yet again processed with quality into hopefully a better plate. And then molten metals would locally be turned into plates as well with quality. And if we could not use any of that, we would be sending it out wherever we need it. Alright. But yes, we need to figure out this logic now. This one is fine. Maybe we just need something over here. What we can do. And we already worked on that a bit. We know how many providers we have available. If a provider is being serviced, then we can reduce the request signal by 1. And I think that is all we need to do. That does mean we need to edit a couple of stations around over here. But I think that will help us in preventing over requesting. Or at least non-stop over requesting. I think we will still have the situation where we might end up ordering 1 additional train. Now I'm thinking in terms of operations. Imagine the following. Imagine exactly the thing we have in front of us. We got a depot available with trains ready to go. we actually now I don't really want to debug step this. We can do that in Factorio if we want to, because you can run the game frame by frame. But I've got the following question. Let's just imagine the following. We got our system set up the same way as we have right now. We compare provisions and requests, and if we have a matching pair, then we send out a signal over here to send out a train to do the operation. The moment we send out that train, what will happen? Option 1. The train will go to the provider. The C signal over here will be set. Because we can check if a train is going over here. If that is the case, then we can subtract the requester by 1. And if we do that, we will not send out a second train because we will no longer be having that magic signal combination. However, to do so... wait a minute. Yeah, to do so, we would need to have this signal over here as a negative. Either way. And that will take 1 frame of operation time. Which means it will take at least 1 frame to get back over here. I'm not even quite sure of the radar over there. Now, the radar will probably not do any kind of time processing. It will probably just be like wireless magic networks. Sadie Mongoose, hello there. Sorry, we're thinking quite hard right now. So we will be reducing the signal by 1. However, once the signal arrives over here, it will still be emitted over here. So we go through the filter. Once we go through the filter, it will still be emitted over here. And only then, in the 3 frames after that, we will stop requesting 1 additional train. So, yeah. That will not work, in my opinion. Because we will probably still be sending out, in those 3 frames, for every depot, We could technically send out 3 trains or something like that. It will not solve the issue. It will not be picture perfect. Maybe another station like Depot Leave when the condition would get rechecked. This way multiple trains will not go to get the info in one tick. Sorry, come again? What we can actually do, we can put a delay on this. I mean, the signal propagation between these depots, we can put the delay on that. That's definitely one thing we can do. Maybe another station like Depot Leave. When the condition could get rechecked. Oh, I think I know what you mean. That could work, actually. Because... we could technically check the signal. If a train enters this block, a train has obviously left, right? Wait a minute. You there? You can wire up signals. And we can read them. So we could read the block. And if a train enters this block, a train is leaving. And if it, well, but then... Oh, wait, now it gets super fucking complicated. No! Just a train to be inactive when in depot, like 15 seconds, delay them. Yeah? When will the interrupt trigger? The interrupt will most likely trigger the moment when this schedule is done, right? Then they can start to trigger. Now we could of course put inactivity over here, but what that will not protect us from the case where we have trains already waiting over here. Now I want to make the matching pair solution over here is fine, but maybe we need something different. We could pulse the signal. But they would still get. If we put a delay on it and we start pulsing the signal, then they will. Then we will have zombie signals. That will be worse. I don't really want to put in. I don't think I want to put in any kind of combinators in between this connection to the train stations, because once we do, we might end up with zombie signals. I don't want zombie signals. Now, like I said, 2 trains are synced to the millisecond. At the moment, they are. Because keep in mind how Factorio works. Every frame, you do basically all the calculations in the set order. So for this signal, basically, if we have 3 trains waiting over here, the interrupt will trigger for all 3 trains at the same time. Not really at the same time. They will, of course, be triggered. They will definitely be triggered in sequential order. But the signal will not be updated until the next frame. So, for example, if we got like a frame signal going out over here, that we want to dispatch a train, and we got 3 providers open and 1 requester open, then all these 3 train signals in the same frame, they will get the same signal, and they will all come up with the same conclusion. Go. In the next frame, we will probably have an update to that signal that the providers are being blocked. And if we then start subtracting numbers from that signal, it will already be too late. If you want to send the request to the depot at intervals, if not per tick. A clock. This might actually be a good solution for a clock. You might be correct about that. We can do an easy clock. We can do a shitty clock. But we can do an easy shitty clock. Actually, we can do a very easy stupid clock. Here. Give me some yellow belt. Best clock ever. That's your clock. um. Yeah, but if we give it some processing time, any kind of time at all, and the clocks don't even need to be in sync. The clocks can be completely we could still send the clock signal via the radar system. We can make a universal clock. You can just signal 60 seconds of activity and empty cargo or cargo signal in trains. Yes. No, I think with a clock, yeah, I think that might be a good idea. We pulse it, and we give it some processing time. And the processing time will be like for an item to go around in here. That should be more than enough. We need at most a second of processing time. So let's take you out. Sorry, we move you around. The clock is going to be over here. Pum 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 pum. And then we're just going to use. We can use any wire for this. Actually, we need. Sorry, a little bit further over. There you go. That's going to be your clock. I'm going to put you in there. It could be the green wire or the red wire. We could put it on both. Put it on both. Then we can make a choice. Maybe not put it on both. Then we maybe accidentally make shipments for the clock. And then we put a random item in here. Like a piece of wood. Or a fish. Or a hand grenade. A hand grenade will make a good clock in my opinion. Like, it's Grandpa's old clock. What does it do? It is a hand grenade. You're like, what the fuck? Why the fuck is it a hand grenade? We're gonna pulse it. So whenever this item enters this is basically our frame processor. Our thing does not need to be super duper fast. You're just gonna check this for any signal. If anything over here is larger than 0, you're gonna put out the clock signal. There you go. Does that work? Yeah. That's gonna be our clock. That's going to be the processing time, and that should be more than enough. And we put that clock into the radar system so that we can move it around. And what we're now going to do, now that we have some time in there, we don't need to worry anymore about processing signals at like super speed. We can now put in, we can also extend this clock a bit out. If we need the clock to be longer, we just add more bell to it. So that'll be fine. But yeah, I think we do need a clock solution for this. Good. The only problem we now have, in my opinion, is that we might still end up sending 3 trains at once if all 3 trains over here are on the same line. That might still be an issue. That will most likely be an issue. Well, one step at a time. One step at a time. So, we need one more condition over here. And we can actually use this one over there. Because we can just clock gate it with these ones over there. We're only going to send out these signals over there. Oh, is it already clocked? It's already clocked. Wait, is it? You are sending signals out, right? Yes, you are also sending signals out. Yes. Now, I got confused over here. Yeah, we're only going to do this. One end condition on the green wire. We're only going to do this if the clock signals are. Same for you. Add the condition. And on the green wire. Now this thing over here should be pulsing. Yeah, it is. So now we have our pulse with a bit of a clock, and now we should have more than enough time. Now we should have enough time to make it so that we can change the signals however we please. It doesn't really matter. We got like a second, 60 frames, lots of time, millions of time, eons in computer time to change the signals up as however we want to please. Count up, count down, and we don't need to worry about anything by just adding this. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, But final issue, and that final issue is scheduled processing over here, because they will still, these 3 trains over here will still get all the 3 signals at the same time. Which will mean that, worst case scenario, all 3 trains will be sent off, because by the time that we process the clock once... Instead of... We might need to make the clock a bit faster. No, actually, it might be fine. I'm kind of thinking about just like iterating the signal 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Like, for example, we send the pulse out. First pulse goes over here. Second one over there. Third one over there. Fourth, fifth, and then back to front. We pulse this like 1 by 1. However, the only issue we're going to have with that is if we have multiple depots, and I do want to have multiple depots. If this one runs on the exact same clock, we're still going to have a signal collision with the first train, the second train, the third train per depot. So, and I don't really want to make these depots know about each other. I want the depots over here to only know that requests are available. You just started this game today and wondered where the 7 hours of your day went? Oh, dude, I got a very, very terrible story for you. It's already 2026. You didn't waste 7 hours. You kind of wasted 7 weeks already. Don't worry. You've already been fired. It's already been taken care of. Doesn't the train schedule itself block that behavior? Now, that's a very good question. I don't think it does. Like I said, the scheduler will work based upon what the interrupt says. The interrupt over here will be coming like every 60 ticks or something like that. We're just gonna say it like it's every second. And it's gonna check for all of these trains. And if that condition over here is true for all of these trains, they will all do it. So now that we have a clock, we at least have the time to process stuff. But we still have issues. I'm convinced this game will end up with the annals of the gaming history like TDD and some of the greats. Oh, some just say timeless. Yeah, I mean, Factoria is already immensely... Like, Factoria is probably by far the best developed game ever. I mean, just look at the patch notes. Like, every week... Okay, currently they're kind of slowing down, but because I kind of have the feeling... For one, they're probably going to start working on 2.1, and for another... They're probably already ready to go on the Christmas break. But we still get like fixes, bug fixes, fixes here, fixes there for almost anything every week. And they're still working on it. Same is actually also true for Transport Tycoon. I mean, the Open Transport Tycoon variant is also still getting fixes well, not really every week, but they still get updates. Can you hook up the train signal to the train ID? Maybe. Wait a minute. Let me think about it real quick. We can read the train ID. Yes. To the train ID. I mean, we can read the stations. If we read the stations, we can... I got some stupid idea in my head somehow that we read the train ID, and only if your train ID matches your train ID, then we're gonna send you... Oh, no, wait, what the fuck? And don't worry about figuring out how to automate stuff. It's not like you're gonna overbuild or anything like that. Things are gonna stay small. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. This is totally fine. We're not overbuilding anything over here. Yeah, we definitely have not been fucking around for like 5 hours trying to optimize our train system over here. And making a stupid clock. Alright. Zapping the signal to individual trains will be the easiest. We could also just chaos send it. We can chaos send it, I think. I got a stupid idea. The thing we want to prevent is, for all depots out there, we only want to send a signal to one of them. We can read the stop train. Ooh. Yes. This might be a bit stupid, but we're good at that. What you're trying to do to make the train logistics network like the mod without the mod? Now, we already have a logistics system that works. I mean, this has already been working quite well. What we're trying to do is, our system has a problem with over-ordering trains, which, if you're on the same surface, it doesn't really matter too much. If you're on the same surface over here, if you over-order, for example, copper ore, then it will be processed over time. You don't have to worry about that. But we're kind of losing information if we're sending a train between surfaces. Mostly because of this intermittent station over here. This over here is actually fucking us over. Sending a train over to the novice go up first will not block the requester because the train is in transit, and the only time we actually block the request or the interrupt over here is if we block the requester. And the requester will only be blocked if the train is actually making its way over to, hey there, go up. That's the big problem we have. But what we can do is this signal over here. We can use, we can even combine those. We can actually send out, for each of these stations over here, we can read the stop train and just put this on like any one of these. Like the colors of the rainbow or something like that. Or just starting with 0 and going all the way up to X. Our actual depot size will probably not be that big. But we can just put it like on any one of these signals. We could even use all of these if we would want to. If we end up... we have to be a little bit careful over here though. Oh shit. Wait. No, that will fuck it over as well. If we read the stop train... No, we can use that for the T signal and stuff like that, but we can't use it for any of the other signals for an actual product. Because it might actually... There might actually be a station out there that actually has that in its name. So that's something we have to be careful about. But we can technically read each stop train over there and give each one of these its own clear ID signal. We then bring it back to like a combinator over here. Let's do it over here real quick. Let's just make it over here real quick. So you over there, we're gonna start with A. Let's maybe do numbers. Let's do numbers. You're the number 0. You're the number 1. You're the number 2. You're the number 3. And you're the number 4. Then it stops over there. We can even now check over here on the green wire. All the signals. We got like 5 distinct train ID signals. Good. We can then put down over here a selector combinator. Poof. That takes these signals. And you're just going to do select input, randomize input. And we do that every 30 frames or something like that. So he's going to pick one of these trains at random. And then instead of like pumping this signal into all of these trains, we're going to pick a train. So instead of maybe doing this over here like this, we are going to put down the starter combinator over there. Let's maybe move you back a little bit. And maybe do this real quick. There we go. Good. Your signal over there will be going to there. Your signal over there will be going to there. Okay, this will make it quite a bit more complicated, but I think it will be fine. Because we read all of these as green. Wait a minute. I can't make the way back, can I? Actually, no, we can make the way back. Yes. Alright. We're gonna read you with the red signal. And we're gonna send the red signal also back to you. Wait a minute. So do this and that. The green signal will be used to connect all of these together. There you go. So red signal like this. No, we can't feed yourself. Sorry. We can check. Yeah, what we can do over here is, if. Oh. Okay, my brain is about to melt down over here. I think I'm making it way too complicated. Also, what's going on? Calidus? Oh, are you complaining about... How many rocket parts do you have? What the hell? Brain do work? Cook? Yeah, we're cooking. We're trying as hard as we can. I mean, we can, yet again, read the signal over there. For whatever train is parked over there. We can then check if that signal matches this signal. And if it does, then we pass through that signal. There's a problem with that. Because to do the check, we will already need 2 wires. Which I think is fine, actually. Wait a minute. Alright, we definitely need something like this. You over there. You over there. You over there. And you over there. Because now we can compare. If each signal is equal on the red and green wire, then we pass through everything on the green wire, right? Okay, you're not currently doing anything yet. Because I don't think we need you. I think we only need you. You together with you. Yeah, you're pumping, you're pulsing it out. We should see that pulse happen over every now and then. I'm not seeing the pulse. You're not putting anything out. So you are operating. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. There we go. Hold it. Is it maybe because we don't have any requests at the moment? We don't have... Is our base asleep? We can't work like this as nobody's operating. What the fuck? No, trains are moving. But yeah, the only request signals we have is stone and uranium, and the only provision signals we have is stone and not uranium. You should at least send out a stone signal. But you're not doing that. Wait a minute. You're sending out a stone signal. You're not sending out anything. Because you're not getting the green wire. You're only getting the red wire. That's why. So I think we do need to double connect you. And you need to check this on the red wire. There we go. Alright, so now we're sending out plastic. Somewhere out there, there's a plastic request. And somewhere out there, there's a coal request. Alright, and we're gonna send out each? Anything? Each on green, no. Anything on green? No. Huh. Do we need, if all input signals meet the condition, it will pass. If any of them will pass. If any equals any. We can't do that. This is not working as I want to. We can't do each. Because we only get the matching condition over here if we match our number. But if we match our number, I kind of want to pass through an ID over there. Alright, my brain is cooking. I think this needs at least one more shower in between. To help me think over here a bit more. We're definitely not solving this on the stream. But we've made some good progress. I mean, we more or less just fucked around with the train system the entire day. And I made thank you for the follow. If possible, I want to solve this without a ferry system. Because the ferry system, in my opinion, just makes things overly complicated. If we can, I would love to be able to. That trains will be able to navigate their way with an interrupt to space without over-ordering. If we do end up over-ordering, we might want to mitigate that somehow. We could... Maybe this setup over here needs to be done differently. This worked very good as a very simple setup for what we had previously, but maybe we need to work more on making this connection a thing. There we go. South America real close, one amount of snow, nice. But yeah, the way we established that we want to make a connection, that needs to change. Now, I got some very stupid ideas how we could solve it, but no. I need to think about this. I just need to let it sit for a bit and come up with a good solution. It's like when you're working on a code. You know exactly what you want to do. But with the tools available right now, I don't see a working solution. Again, if preferably, I mean, having a clock like this, I guess that's fine. This will definitely help. Because this will give us just time to process signals without having to be like picture perfect over with the signals. So this might be the way to go. And if we have a centralized clock, that will be fine as well. I think the biggest problem at the moment is actually dispatching trains over here. And making it so that we don't accidentally have any kind of zombie signal. So this approach over here might also be the way to go. Where we just, instead of like spamming out a signal to all the trains, can we do Can we do select input based upon a signal? Because I kind of want to iterate through a signal. I guess random input is technically also iterating. I might need to take a little look at some other ways to make logic. We'd be open to a memory cell. The thing I hate about memory cells is the moment you lose power, for whatever reason, the entire thing gets fucked over hard. We've fucked around with memory cells quite a bit in the past. We've made good work with memory cells. I would prefer not to have a memory cell. Memory cells. I mean, at the moment, I don't see any reason to even put in a memory cell, because the problem we have in front of us at the moment is that the signal we send out gets picked up by too many trains. What we need is some way to reduce that signal to those trains, so that we don't many-cast our signal. We want to single-cast. The thing I would prefer is to send out the depot signal to every train in order, one after another. Like every time we get like a pulse, we send it over to the next train. What we could do, and that will definitely work, is make a ring buffer of RS latches. Which technically is a memory cell. Or maybe a ring buffer of flip-flops. Like, we connect all the depots together. We send out the pulse in like an interval, like every second or something like that. And then we send it to the first. And then next pulse, we send it to the next. Pulse after, we send it to the third. And then we pulse through our depots over time, over time, over time, over time. The only problem I see with that is when we have a distributed depot, because I don't want to have a centralized depot. I want to have depots spread apart. We could solve that. Yeah, we can actually solve that with just using the signal transmitters. Instead of using the radars for that, if we have a distributed system, we just send it from like one to another, and then from another back to one. This sounds worse than a memory cell. It is technically still a memory cell, because those flip-flops are memory cells. It's pretty much exactly a memory cell, where we more or less just hold the state for where we are. And the only thing we need to do for that is, yeah, we just need to flip. Good. But none of the power uptime is not guaranteed? Yeah, absolutely not. Don't lose power then. No. A flip-flop. We basically just need to set the state over. We could do it with the inserter. Providers send the negative signal to the memory cell for as long as they have a train assigned, and then the requester only sends a signal if the memory cell is empty. Now, I'm currently tending more to the iterated flip-flop idea. Because we're not going to have that many depots. We're going to have a distributed network of depots, but at most, even if it's 100 depots, I also don't really want to lose too much time on... I mean, at most, we're going to need 5 frames of time to process all the signals. Which means at most, every 5 frames or something like that, we can send out a train. And then for every pulse we send out, Yeah, I think that will be fine. But how do we then? Well, we just need to chain them together then. All right, I need to sleep on this. It's midnight. It's way too late to think about combinators right now. But we now got a mission, and I think we're close to the answer. Because once we no longer like broadcast what we need, but individual cast them to any empty train. Huh. I'm still thinking about it. Now that I kind of think about it, I mean, we can make a list or something like that. A train comes in, says, I'm ready for a job. We get the pulse, we send it to the first available in that list, and then he either accepts it or he doesn't. And when he accepts it, then he automatically removes himself from the list. Because the signal will automatically be removed over there. But that would still require individual train IDs. We don't even need to randomize this. We can put this on any kind of signal. Again, doesn't really matter what. They will automatically sort themselves. They will automatically sort themselves by number. It doesn't really matter. Pick highest number. Which we can do with a combinator over here. Where we just go like here. Pick input 1. Whoever the fuck that is. Pick that guy. And then we just send it to him. And then next update, we just send it to another one. Yeah, that could work. Alright, but still, I need to think about this a little bit more. It's my brain is cooking. I'm completely losing myself. But once we have that, and once we have solved the over scheduling problem, then I think we can easily set up the schedule to go into space. Trains do be somewhat smart. Yeah, I mean, there's a thing you have to think about. So let's just walk away from this for a bit. If you over-design it to be too smart for itself, you might actually have worse performance. As the trains themselves are very good at renegotiating the path. If they, for example, you send like a train to a requester, and on its way to that requester, a requester on the way opens up that is closer by, and he gets a repath opportunity, he will go there. That's a bit of an issue. We have to keep in mind that Factorio train systems do things a bit special. That signal's kind of bullshit over there. Why is that signal bullshit? We're allowed to place it over there. Okay, never mind. But yeah, you have to keep in mind that the trains will renegotiate their paths on their way. So even if you say like go to a requester, you can't really exactly tell to which exact requester he is going. He could be going to any requester. He would just go to the requester that's most optimized on the path he's taking, which is usually the one that's closest by. So that's also a thing. Alright. I need to let this sit for a bit. Also, science has been broken the entire time. We probably should have gone with the more simple solution from the get-go. Why did you actually never launch? Because, what are you waiting on? You're waiting on concrete. Oh, did the concrete build finally dry up? It sure did. Alright, that means we can finally also redo this a bit, because this iron plate built over there and this steel built over there are no longer be a thing over there. So we're gonna pick that up real quick, but I'll do that off camera afterwards. Good. Alright, sorry. A lot of circuit thinking, and a lot of circuit thinking in Factorio usually ends up with me just bickering around for way too long. So let's call it here. Good. Got generic provider stations, everything. Every one of our stations is named. Like, it's named like whatever the resource is, provider, and then every request is named exactly the same. Whatever the resource is, and then requester. And that's also how we have been doing our dynamic schedule the entire way. But we want to do an interplanetary dynamic schedule, and maybe even an first of all, we want to do an inter-orbit dynamic system, and then maybe later on, maybe even an interplanetary dynamic system. And I want to keep it as simple as possible. But if you want to make something as simple as possible, you do have to put in a fuck ton of stupid headwork to make it as simple as possible. Alright. Good thing that tomorrow is Wednesday, and I can spend some time to think on my own what we're gonna do. Which also kind of means that the last thing for today is that we're gonna have to figure out who we're gonna raid. And we are going to raid. Let's see. Who's up in the boot? No, my brain is so drained I don't even know who on the raid. We could raid Cyclopactic. Yeah, let's raid them. You wait for the generic provider stations with items, and second for liquids. Makes stuff easier for me. Yeah, we got the same system duplicated for liquids and for items. So that we don't need to worry about if we have like a liquid train in front of us or a storage train. But the system technically is exactly the same for both. Just like stripped apart so that we don't need to worry about like if we have a cargo train in front of us or a food train. I was kind of at some point that was thinking of this, like making fully mixed trains, like cargo trains that also have like liquid trains in them or wagons in them, so that we don't need to worry about that. All right, I'm rambling on. I got completely off into the deep end of circuits, which is usually one of the more fun parts in Factorio, but it can also be kind of frustrating when you just try to figure stuff out. And to be perfectly honest, I think the easy way to do this is just for me to have a quiet sit down, maybe get some schnapps, and just do it. I will probably have an epiphany, like right after the stream. I'm going to be like, I don't know what I need to do. I'll just do this. So maybe by Thursday we have it solved. If not, we're going to put in another thing on Thursday to try to solve it. But nevertheless, thank you so much for today. Thank you so much for everybody who came over. Thank you so much for everybody who left to follow. I see all your names over there. Thank you so much for that. Cat's Cozy Games, thank you so much for the lovely raid. Congrats on your first time playing Factorio. You're gonna love it. Burger and Fries, thank you so much for the raid as well. And then that was it for today. I'll be back on Thursday with more Factorio. We're gonna pick it up where we left it off. Hopefully now with a fully super nice, as simple as stupidly fucking possible train system. Preferably without a clock nor or a memory cell to make it work. But we'll see about that on Thursday. And on Friday, it's going to be... actually, on Friday, I will not be there. So have a good one. Until next time. Good night.